Good morning. Welcome to today's second day with Jeffrey Ewan. We'll take a 15-minute break when Jeffrey stops in the morning and the afternoon session. And we'll also have an hour for lunch from 12 to 1 like we had yesterday. I want to remind everybody, including myself, to turn off your telephones, the voice right now. And I want to just share with some of you a little bit more. And if you're new with Jeffrey Ewan, I know this group here, face-to-face, is not, but in looking at the list, I believe there are quite a few new people online today. So Jeffrey Ewan is a master of Chinese medicine, and we've all, those of us who have studied with him for many years, have seen the depth of his teachings. But the one thing I want to share with you is that the strong focus on classical medicine in the United States really began with Jeffrey, 30 years ago when he was teaching, and it's enhanced the entire profession of Chinese medicine across the United States. But for those of us who get to study directly with him, we've also learned the heart of this medicine, which is what's beautiful and what carries through to our patients. So I know that you all have your heart blessings today from Jeffrey, and we want to thank you, Jeffrey, for sharing with us.
Thank you. Okay, I don't know what Sissy was talking about, but thank you all for coming to our class today. I'd like to welcome all of you to our second day as we continue to explore the aspects of using essential oils for the soul. So we have some questions, some technical questions that's been asked. This is, how can we tell which oil is a base note, a middle note, or a top note? So again, that can be ascertained by feeling for the viscosity of the oil, right? These notes basically, again, represents the rate by which an oil is going to evaporate when it's exposed to, in most cases, to heat, right? So be it heat that is being conducted by burning the oil, right, that is placed into an oil lamp, right? That means the solvent or the substrate is going to be an oil base, or be it where it's water that's been heated up where the oil then evaporates due to that process of evaporation. And room temperature, the oil again have a tendency not to evaporate as quickly. But generally speaking, a top note, which sometimes referred to as a fast note, a moderate or middle note, and then you have a base note, which in the perfume industry is often referred to as a fixative. So that means it fixes the blend that you're using, and it tries to allow it to evaporate slowly. So there's not really any, if you're looking at it from a way of trying to differentiate it, you could pour a drop out. If it comes out of the container relatively fast, that means it's not very, very viscous, which means most likely it's going to be a middle, if not a top note oil. Right, if it comes out very slowly, then most likely, then you're looking at a base note, okay? There's also the drop test, right, where people put a drop of it on a piece of paper. That also tells you about the purity of the oil, right? So the oil will then evaporate. So let's say I come back in 2 hours, and I might see that the drop of peppermint I placed onto the paper has now fully evaporated. So you obviously know there's no residue, right, or no indication that there was an oil there. So then that was basically a top note, right? As it continues not to be fully evaporated within a time span of, let's say, 3 hours or 4 hours, then it's going to be a middle note, right? And then you come back a day later and you still see, right, the oil on the paper, then obviously that's a base note. So that's called a drop test. That's what people do. Some people, again, use the dynamics of color differentiation. If it's something very dark, right, and already it comes out of the bottle really slowly, then most likely that's going to be a base note. That's why, for example, frankincense As frankincense becomes closer to a resin, it comes out of the bottle very, very slowly. Right? Then frankincense, right, it comes out of the bottle relatively quickly, which you do have cases of that, because it also depends on how the oil was extrapolated. Right? If that's the case, then that's most likely a middle note of frankincense. So these are different ways that we make that differentiation. Sometimes when you get sandalwood oil, it comes out really slowly, base note. Sometimes it might come out relatively more faster, and the color of it might be more clearer, then most likely that's a middle note. So this is ways that you could determine if something is a base, middle, or top. So again, if someone tells you that's a top note, you really might sometimes have to do a testing. It depends a lot also in the way it's extrapolated. Is it CO2 distillation? Right? Is it a steam distilled? Is it a solvent distillation? All of those things can have an impact on the viscosity of the oil. Okay? It also depends on the geography. Right? So obviously if an oil comes from an area or is harvested at a time that there is a little bit more in the geography, a lot more humidity, right? I mean, there's more water, and that dilutes the essential oil. So when it's extrapolated, it's going to most likely not be as viscous, right, from that perspective. So geographically speaking, seasonally speaking, all of these can have impact on the notes. Now again, I would not make a big fuss about that. Right? The importance of it is intentionality, right? That you want to have a blend, at least if you were to, let's say, follow in line with what Sissy said in my approach to essential oils. My approach, right, ever since I was very young, is whenever you think of something, think of it in relationships to three aspects. Right? A big part of that's influenced by Taoism. Right? Chapters 42 of the Tao Te Ching says the three gives birth to the merit of all things. So when I do acupuncture, I think of three channels that I'm going to use. When I do herbs, I think of three herbs that I'm going to use. Right? When I do essential oils, I think of three oils I'm going to use. When I do stone medicine, I think of three stones I'm going to use. So that's my approach. Right? It's obviously not the approach of many other practitioners. Right? Now you can always increase, right, those, right, points, right, or channels. You can always increase the number of stones or oils, but you're already defined within the context, which was the three major points, herbs, stones, oil, that's going to satisfy your criteria. Everything else is, you might say, a bonus, right? It's a luxury that we added onto, right? Because some of us like more, right? If you did 3 herbs, let's say, you know, your patient says, only 3 herbs? You know, I saw a formula that I bought in the, from, let's say, 7 Forests, and I saw that in there, they have 20 herbs in there. Why only 3 herbs, right? Right? And certain formularies have a lot of herbs. Right? And it doesn't mean that that formula is less efficient. It just means that we are trying to, in some ways, in the formulation of it, we're trying to come up with many different possibilities. And some of us like that. And some of us like to be more focused. It's just a way of training me when I was young, that when I get trained, I have to think of a 3-concept approach. Right, so I might start out with the stomach channel, a number of points on the stomach channel, and then I might go, let's say, into the kidney channel with a connection between kidney and the stomach, and then maybe I'll go into the lung channel or something like that. So that would be what I mean by a 3-channel, right, context. So, and herbal medicine has definitely defined that, because they have a principal herb, they have an associate, sometimes you might not need an assistant, sometimes you do need an assistant, and then they have an envoy. Sometimes you might need an envoy, sometimes you don't need an envoy. So definitely herbal medicine has given us that 3 to 4 herb approach, right, when it comes to herbal medicine. Right, and then, right, with stone medicine, we know there's a principal stone, there's a transformer stone, and there's a harmonizing stone. That's 3 stones. Right, so in essential, there's a base note, a middle note, and a top note. So that's the context I'm using. So more of it's a way of training your mind to have an understanding of how to construct something that takes into consideration that out of these three comes the myriad of all possibilities. Okay? Not to say that you should limit yourself to just 3 oils, right? You could use as much oils as you want, but what are the 3 major oils, right, is what I would suggest that you're looking at. Those concepts could be, what is the present condition, right? What is the condition coming from, the etiology, and then what is the condition going to go and progress into if it's not fully resolved. Not necessarily a thought that I would want you to cultivate, because you want to assume that whatever you're giving the patient or yourself is going to be successful. So you're not really thinking, well, what if this doesn't work, right? Because then you're sabotaging your own treatment in that regards there. But the third one could be, instead of thinking about the future, right, the third one could be what can help to facilitate this even more. So it doesn't have to be the anticipation that this treatment may not work. But that's generally the general idea of why the 3 is there. It's past, present, and future, right? That's the domain of time that we're working with. So that's how we are able to consider these 3 qualities of base, middle, and top note. It says, what do you mean the spleen stores identity in the blood? Okay, so again, as we all know, right, within the context of Chinese medicine, we have taken on what's called the Zongfu approach. That approach, of course, is a emphasis, right, that began during the Song Dynasty and definitely begins to become the bedrock or the foundational thinking of Chinese medicine by the time we get to the Ming Dynasty. So we're going from the 10th century all the way to the beginning of the Ming Dynasty, which is 1368, and to the 14th century, where we begin to think of the world based on the Zongfu, right? So the Zongfu dictates how we often practice Chinese medicine. And TCM, of course, is an extension of that Zongfu approach. So each organ of our body is given not only a physiological function, but is also given a emotional, mental function as well. All right, and we all learn about that when we study Chinese medicine. All right, when you think of the organs that relates to blood, right, blood is produced by the stomach from the food and drinks that you eat. Granted, yes, there's prenatal, right, from the bone marrow, from the kidneys that can help to generate blood too. But from a postnatal point of view, blood comes from what we consume, right, and that's from the stomach. Right. Later on, generations will say, well, the stomach can't do this without getting energy from its partner, the spleen. Right. The spleen, by its ability of giving it qi, allows things to transform and transport, so the stomach can ripen and rot the food and drinks that we consume, and it gives us the raw material, right, namely blood, right, the precursor for qi, I call it grain qi or gu qi or valley qi, and the body fluids, the jing yang, right? Then the belief that comes from the Su Wen, right, that blood contains the spirit, right? Blood is your experiences of life. So within that context, right, we have to somehow put the spirit into blood. So how does the spirit get into blood? Well, the heart is where the spirit resides, right? The Shen resides in the heart. So later generations say, well, the blood that's produced by the spleen is not really blood yet because it doesn't have Shen. So it has to now go to the heart, and then the heart gives it the Shen, the spirit, right, which it resides in, and then, right, it becomes blood. So this is where we have the axiom that blood is finalized at the heart, which is not in the Neijing, but there's nothing in the classics that says that. But you see why that is the case, because in the Neijing they say that the blood contains the Shen. Well, where does it get the Shen from? Right, so we have to add in the heart and the production of blood. So the heart then circulates that blood, and then the liver stores that blood. And even in Western medicine, the liver is a major reservoir of blood. And Western medicine, the heart circulates blood, so we have no qualms about that. And in Western medicine, right, we do know blood is produced from, right, the food that you eat, right, so the relationship back to the stomach is there, okay? And so we have these three particular organs, right, that relates directly to blood, the stomach, spleen, right, the heart, and the liver. So because the spleen contains Shen, which is your experiences, right, so you have many different experiences of life. Well, one major aspect is that you define your life based on your experiences, right? The things you like is because you experienced it and the time you had pleasure with it, right? You found it to be very pleasurable, right? You found it to be very, very rewarding, right? So dopamine, right, was surging during the time that you had this particular experience, okay? So that's an experience, right? And so the identity, right, that you write out on a form that identifies who you are, that's managed by the blood, and the organ that manages blood is called the spleen in Chinese medicine, okay? Now, Western medicine, you might have a little trouble with that idea because Western medicine, first of all, is not going to associate emotions and your mental faculty to the organs. They're going to throw that all up into the brain. So already there's a disconnect, right, in their model, right, within the Chinese model, right? That's going to be already in conflict. So the conflict is if you're thinking it from a Western-minded idea, then it's not going to work for you. But this is at least how Chinese medicine explains that, right? That's why they say spleen banks the blood. Spleen manages the blood, right? So it manages, right, maintaining that the way that you can experience the world. That's why it's about long-term memory, and long-term memory identifies with you, right? Because you have a long-term memory of yourself and how you got to the place that you are right now in your life. So this is how we talk about that spleen, right, maintains one's boundaries, maintain one's identity, right? So someone who has boundary issues, right, someone who has a hard time, right, establishing boundaries. I'm one of those people, right? I can't say no to people. It's an earthy quality, right? So if you have a hard time when someone asks you to do something, you just can't turn them away, that's an earthy quality, right? That means the earth is maybe potentially weak. It cannot say no. It cannot establish the boundaries. It cannot establish the fine line that if you cross this line, then I'm going to be very upset or something like that. And many of us as healthcare providers have that problem too, because part of health giving is that we see the suffering in humanity, and we have a hard time saying that's okay, that's just part of life. We want to intervene. We want to help make people's lives better. So that means we usually have a weak, right, spleen already because we have a hard time saying no when someone calls you up and says, I have this serious condition, can I come in and see you? And you are readily going to take them on, even though, right, you're already, right, overwhelmed with too much patience, or at least caring for your family and everything else, okay? So that's the spleen issue. And then how do we get the energy to keep going? You eat sugar, comfort food, right? Sugar, right, affects the spleen, right? So it says for therapeutic dilutions with carrier oil, how much oil, right, do you use for 40% dilution? So the formulation that I gave you yesterday, right, which I explained, was based on Jean Venet's book, The Practice of Aromatherapy, a book that I think was written in the 1930s or something. It's been obviously reprinted, right? So that was one of the earliest books back then in the aromatherapy field, right, that was available in English, right? And then came, there was basically a translation of a French book. And Jean Venet was an MD who was practicing aromatherapy. I would suggest that when you read his book that some of those recipes he gives were not recipes that he actually practiced, because some of them would burn your skin, right, based on how he's, right, if the blends that he's recommending. So I think some of them was purely theoretical in the book, right? But nevertheless, he gave a recipe of how to create a dilution. And he says 10 to 12 drops, right, to 30 milliliters, which is close to 1 ounce, right, is a 1% dilution. That means if you're going to make a 4% dilution, it's going to be 40 to 48 drops of an essential oil blend. So that's right, going to be your carrier oil, right? And then you're going to add into the carrier oil, let's say your carrier oil is 1 ounce or 30 milliliters. You're going to put 40 to 48 drops of your blend into that 1 ounce of a carrier oil, and that becomes then a 4% dilution. Okay, so that's the dynamics of it. Now, how long you're going to administer this blend depends on the ratio of the base to the middle to the top note, right? So remember, the way I recommended that you begin this process is that the base note is about 20%, the top note is about 30%, right? So the top, which evaporates very quickly, and the base, which evaporates very slowly, in a way is neutralizing the rate of evaporation, right? And they already constitute 50% of the blend. Then the other 50% of the blend is the middle note. And this is why, right, so if the top and the base note is neutralizing each other, then I'm using the middle note as the frequency of how long I'm going to apply it, which is, if it evaporates within 6 to 8 hours, I can apply it twice a day. So this is where I come up with, you apply it twice a day. If it was more top note, then you apply it 3 times or 4 times a day. If it's more base note, maybe just once a day or maybe once every other day. So it depends on the dosaging, right, percentage that you're using for making that blend. Okay, so that means you apply it twice a day. And I am cognizant that depending on your temperament, depending on your skin sensitivity, depending on your age, right, and the amount of layers that's still on your skin based on your age, that some of us may have a reaction to the oil if it's applied too frequently, even if it's right twice a day. So what you want to do is you want to rotate the oil so that the body does not develop a sensitivity to the oil over time. Granted, the carrier oil can buffer some of those, especially if you have, let's say, I'm going to use the word mature skin, right, instead of the word wrinkle skin, which means already your skin is thinning out, which means that the oils can irritate the skin relatively quickly. And we do know that there are good carrier oils that's used really good for mature skin, right? Argan oil would be the more popular one today. At the time I did aromatherapy, there was no argan oil that you could get, right? Coconut oil is pretty popular today, right? So if you want to think of a very oil that's very good for skin that might be extremely sensitive, sesame oil, right, would be the one I would use back then, and sesame oil is historically used a lot in Chinese dermatology as a base oil or base lotion, where the oil would then be combined with beeswax to make it into a cream, into a soft, so it doesn't become an oil consistency, but rather more of a lotion type of consistency. So anyway, the carrier oil can sometimes buffer the reactivity to the sensitivity you have on your skin. Some of us have dry skin, right? So that means if you have an oil that is in your blend that's very drying, right, especially a top note will dry your skin because it's evaporating very quickly, right? So as it evaporates, it's also pulling out moisture from your skin, so it could dry up your skin. So if you already have dry skin, then you want a carrier oil that's a little bit more like good for dry skin, right? Like jojoba oil, right, would be an example of that. That's good for, right? It's maybe too greasy. I find it too greasy, but anyway, but some people, I find it very soothing for dry skin, right? And then you have those of us who have very oily skin, right? And then you put another oil on top and you kind of like feel it's too oily. Then you want an oil that has ability of being more drying, right? And a drying type of carrier oil, right, that helps to draw out moisture could be something like grapeseed oil, right? Something like almond oil, right? That's why almond oil is the most popular, right, oil, sweet almond, not bitter almond, obviously. It's the most popular massage oil, right? When you massage it in, you don't feel greasy afterwards, right, after the massage, right? Because it's relatively more balanced in that way. So that's the carrier oil. Now, our discussion is particular relating to the soul. So we're selecting oils that I'm suggesting to you that has a much more different functionality to it. Right, the pole, we were talking about hazelnut oil, right, as a way to help us to clear, to help us to, hazelnut is one of the easiest nuts to digest, okay? It's part of a shamanic diet, right? Shamans basically means that you are able to go into many different worlds and you're not attached to any of those different worlds, right? You are able to process information and let go of that information without retaining that information. That's why they are usually going to have a diet that is very easy to digest. If you have to poop a lot, that means you have a lot of crap in your body. Shamans don't have a lot of crap in their body. You expect them to poop very little because everything that they eat is relatively easy to absorb in their system. It's a reflection of their own cultivation. Right? Everything just goes through them. They don't really take time to process this and that. Right? As most of us humans do, because we tend to be bombarded by too much, you might say, worries or too much responsibilities in our own lives. A shaman, a true shaman, right, does not have, right, those responsibilities. Right? Their goal is to serve as a medium, right, to allow people to see the information and then move through that information. So hazelnut is part of one of their common type of foods that they would have in their diet. Okay, so and then when we looked at the idea of the hun, we wanted an oil that was very important for not only moving blood but also nourishing blood. And this is where we did a blend of carrier oils. And that was the olive oil, something that's rich in chlorophyll that gives it that green color, right, which means it's going to nourish blood, and something that moves blood, which is the safflower oil. So, and we said that, with working with the hun, you want more of a floral type of oil, right, as a way to move through the stagnation that we have, right? And then, so these are specific carrier oils for the intention of working with, right, essential oils that we're using for the soul, right? Whereas if you're just making a general oil, it could be just based on someone's skin type rather than working on a specific strategy, okay? So I think it says in relation to memory, what does it mean? Liver stores blood, spleen banks the blood. Now that's I guess Chinese medicine 101. So obviously, if you're asking this, you haven't been exposed to Chinese medicine, right? We said there are 3 organs responsible for blood, right? That the stomach produces the blood, and that the spleen manages the blood. That's what it means by banking the blood. And then the heart circulates that blood, and the liver then serves as a reservoir for that blood. So that's very simplistic Chinese Zong Fu theory. So in terms of memory, right, that's the same idea, right? Memory constitutes identity. The spleen holds on to the blood so that your memory or the blood doesn't hemorrhage, does not bleed out, right? Because if you bleed out, then you lose a sense of your experiences of life. Like when someone's very anemic, right, they have very poor memory. Right? So that's a big part of this idea of blood regulation. So that's the idea of it. Liver deals with short-term memory. So even though liver stores the blood, it stores the blood as a reservoir wherever you need blood to bring it out. Right? So it's not storing blood. Also, you have liver blastasis. So it stores blood, but it keeps moving the blood. Right? For women, they know that because that movement is called menstruation. And the liver is responsible in TCM a lot for that menstrual blood, okay? The spleen keep banking the blood, or else you will be bleeding all the time, right? So keep making sure that you have, right, the identity, and to have that identity, you have to have long-term memory to keep that identity. So that's in relationship to memory. So liver, short-term memory, spleen, long-term memory, okay? So this is the dynamics of that. Now there's also some questions that were sent into the aucm.org And the question here is, so again, it's the technical question. It says, if oils are kept refrigerated, how long will they last? Do the top notes tend to lose potency faster than base note, even if kept in refrigerator? How do you know when it's no longer good? So yes, because if it's top note means it evaporates very quickly, right? Which means that their lifespan is relatively short. Right, from an aromatherapy industry point of view, right, top note oils generally last after they've been extracted about 3 to 5 months. Right, to keep it longer, people put it in refrigerator. Right, and so when you refrigerate it, it can extend the shelf life maybe an additional 2 months. Okay, base notes kind of like last for years. So you don't really have to, I mean, again, technically, aromatherapy books, especially if it's a writer who owns an aromatherapy shop, might say evaporates relatively faster because they want you to reorder new supplies, you know. So, but generally speaking, if you keep it refrigerated, then it's going to last a little longer than the normal shelf life. So again, top notes generally about 3 months. Middle notes generally about 6 to 8 months, and then base notes about 1 to 2 years. Okay, that's the general consensus among that, right? If you keep it in a refrigerator, it lasts a little bit longer. Now, how do I know if it's no longer good? When it doesn't work, I don't know how to tell you. I mean, it's not like that there is a certain way of discerning that. I mean, definitely you can smell the difference when you get something very fresh in contrast to something that's sitting for a period of time. Now, some oils, like some humans, they age well with time, okay? So in other words, they actually become more potentiated with time. And that would be things like patchouli or agastache, Hersham. Right, these are going to be things like chrysanthemum is another one that will age well with time. So that means you kind of like want the older ones, right? Because they tend to have that maturity, right, that we see. Now, so there's no such thing, something is no longer good, right? It's just that as it gets older, right, the idea is that we all know, it might lose some of its diversity. It might lose some of its openness. It might lose some of its unpredictability, right? That's what you think of as someone that's immature, right? They're more open, they're more carefree, they might not necessarily want to do what you want it to do, right? Like, you know, when we think of young children, right? The immaturity of that, right? When we mature, we kind of have more of a predictability. So that's, you know, so if something sits for a longer time, right, then you just have to know, well, what is its consistency? All right, what does that oil consistently do? I know it has all these properties, but what does it consistently do? Then that most likely would be what that oil is going to do, even though its freshness is gone, right? That's why the difference in herbal medicine between mature herbs and immature herbs. The difference between fresh herbs and dry herbs, right? So don't think just because it's dry, it loses its efficacy. Most of Chinese herbal medicine is based on dry herbs, not based on fresh herbs. Most of Western herbalism is based on fresh herbs, not based on dry herbs, right? So there's a difference in terms of how they're constructing the use of these plants, okay? The next question here is asking for my opinion of the carrier oil calophyllum, right? The virgin and organic tamanu oil. Are there specific use for this oil over others? Okay, so when you take my other classes on essential oils, right? Let's say if I'm teaching about cancer and essential oils, right? Tamanu or calophyllum is going to be a key carrier oil because it breaks up fibrotic tissue. Right, it breaks up swellings and clumping. So as a result, it's useful for that type of for me, that type of condition that you're working with. Since we're looking at something that's not material, we're not looking at tumors. We're looking at something that is immaterial, the psyche, the soul. We're not interested in calophyllum, at least I'm not interested in calophyllum as my carrier oil. But if you want to use that, that's how I would use it. Right, so a lot of times my cancer patients, and a blend that I create for them would be in calophyllum oil, if not castor oil, would be another option that we sometimes use, right, for reducing fibrotic tissue. Right, that's another one that's very good for breaking those stagnations up. So those would be an example of carrier oil. Okay. The last question we have here is, it seems like another question just came in as I'm talking. It says, would cutting be an example of releasing bank blood? I have several patients with significant trauma who have cut themselves, and my understanding what my patients have taught me is that this visibility permits an awareness of their life and its possibility distinct from trauma, moving the blood, seeing the blood, invigorating the blood, even releasing the stagnation of blood. Well, cutting is bleeding. Bleeding is a low channel, right, treatment. So your patient might be cutting themselves, and it's not surprising they cut themselves usually at along low channel trajectories, right? And in those areas, they are trying to bring out some of that release, right? And yes, you might say, well, it's a reminder, right? That seeing that where I cut myself is a reminder of my trauma, right? Well, it's a scar, right? It's a reminder of your trauma. Right, some of us, remember, that's not necessarily, right, scarring or creating these reminders are not always necessarily negative, right? If you went and get a tattoo, that's saying, oh, this is something very meaningful in my life, and I want to tattoo that on my body. That's also a low channel that you're doing too, right? Birthmarks are low channels, right? From previous, right, either familial or from spiritual, right, past lives. So all of these are part of this idea of the low vessels. And low vessels means experiences of blood, because low vessels are vessels of blood, and blood contains the Shen, which means experiences, right? Something that I want to experience in my life that might be bad, traumatic, that's a birthmark, right? A mole, right? Something that might be good as well, a reminder, right? Just like why we, in some ways, right, valued, or in some ways imprint value in our body by having a tattoo, right? Until you break up, and then you try to get that name of that person that you thought you was going to be in love with forever off your heart or off your chest or wherever it is, right? So again, means that's like cutting yourself off this event in your life that you don't want to have nothing to do with. Okay. Okay, the last question, and then we'll continue. It says, if I would comment on how to support children on the autistic spectrum. Okay, so autism, remember in Chinese, well, I don't know you remember if you learn about autism. Autism in Chinese is called a bi, right, jing. Right? B here means a blockage, right? Not to be confused with B obstruction, as it's a different Chinese character. Okay, it's a blockage, and it causes a blockage that can occur during the in utero. It could be genetically inherited, and it can also be something that occurred during the delivery process. Okay. And generally speaking, when we think of B obstruction, B blockage, right? And some people might call it Ji, right? Zhi, right? B Jing. And again, it's a very interesting terminology that we use. It's called self-blockage, okay? Because there's a belief in Chinese, because the Chinese believe in afterlife and in reincarnation. They believe, let's say some of you were healthcare providers, and you were like that person who had a very weak spleen, right? So you had no boundaries, right? As soon as someone calls in the dead of the night, you go rushing to their house to take care of them, right? You felt that this was your life mission was to serve, right? So you basically devoted all of your life taking care of people, right? Every moment of the day, you're doing something to take care of someone, except yourself, right? And at the time that you die, right, and the pole now is separating from your body, right, and the hun now is playing out, right, the entirety of your life, right, through your eyes, the hun as it leaves, right, your memory, right, which we describe as the hun, right, leaves at the context of the eyes, or at the context of Du20, because liver, which stores the hun, right, goes to Du20, so at the crown, right, let's say my life was completed, right, that's the metaphor. And then as the fontanelle opens up, just like your fontanelle was very soft after you were given birth to, right, that area of your head begins to open up, and you leave the body, right, your whole life passes through you. And are you smiling? Are you kind of like content and all that? Or will you, maybe at the end of that motion picture of your life, you have lamentation. Oh, gee, you know, I wish I had time for myself. Because as I was seeing that, I saw how my kids, I felt that I was never there for them, because I was always there for my patients. I see how my parents, I cannot take care of them when they were getting older because I was busy taking care of my patients. It seemed like I was more invested in my patients, my friends, than my family. And you lamented about that. At the end of that picture, it was not something that you felt was a victory or a conclusion of your life. You felt it was a tragedy, that I wish I had spent more time taking care of myself, taking care of my family, being with my family. And so, you know, I don't want to take care of anyone. I wish maybe, like the other thought came to your mind, you know, I wish someone had taken care of me most of my life instead of me taking care of them. So your next, that seed of consciousness, right, is going to come into another existence where someone will take care of you for the rest of your life. Right? And B means self-induced blockage. So in other words, autism, as we might sometimes lament, again, there are different spectrums of autism, right? From the more extreme, where you are going to be basically needing the care of someone for the rest of your life, to those who are mild, like Asperger's, right? So you have mild to extreme aspects of that. Okay? So they think of it as something that comes from a previous incarnation where you did a lot, and this time you need to do very little, or at least if you do anything, just do a little, the same thing over and over again. Do not allow yourself to be all over the place. Do not diversify. Stay with predictability. Stay with things that are comfortable, right, for you. So they believe this also was, that's why the term, in Chinese is also called gu dok, right? Gu, right? Du, right? Jing, right? Gu dok means someone who is essentially, right? Have to be someone who has a hard time, right, interacting with other people. Right? Because as we know, one of the issues of autism is social communication. You have a hard time with other people, sometimes even with your own family, right? Depending on how severe it is. And so you kind of like always alone, right? And Gudo means someone who is always alone, right? It's also referred to as that. Now, a reason why I talked about the word B is because the commonality of autism, right, is that it affects, right, what we call in Chinese medicine the terminations, right? Where energy is blocked is where energy gets binded up. Right, qi, that's binded up, okay? Right, and where energy gets binded up, right, is presented in the Ling Shu in chapters 5. Right? Chapters 5 basically describe how you have basically the leg channels, right? as you all know, acupuncture, the leg channels, right, begins before the arm channels, even though the primary channel begins with the arms, okay? And the leg channels, right, begins with bladder 67, right, gallbladder 44, and stomach 45, right? Begins at the digits of your toes, right? So your little toe, your fourth toe, your third toe, right? So you have these, right, little digits, and they obviously go, right, into the sensory orifice. And that's one of the issues with autism, or the spectrum of autism. Some of us have sensory overload, right? We're constantly overloading, like, keep on looking at something, right? We have sensory overload because bladder 67, right, terminates or binds or gets energy blocked at the eyes, right, at the ears, at the mouth, right, region, right? So these are, right, they're areas of termination. Now again, do not confuse this with the tendral muscular channel, which also begins at the Jing-Well points, okay? Now then they go into the yin channels, right? Then you have kidney 1, right? So again, the Jing-Well points, right, which again we already know is a major issue with autism, sensory perception, right, sensory abilities, okay? And then my kidney 1, right, basically terminates at the region of the throat, okay? And that's perhaps the most serious, right, of autism: language, communication, throat, vocalization, right? Tell me about yourself. They have a hard time vocalizing our needs, our, right, expression. And if you can't vocalize, you cannot have social interaction too well, right? And that's the termination at the throat, right? And that's why they have a lot of blockage in their language learning, right? Language communication, right? You also have the idea that from their liver 1 terminates in the region of the chest, right, at the region of REN 17 and REN 18, if you want to be point specific, right, whereas the throat is at the region of REN 22 and 23, okay? So it goes into the chest cavity, right? And the chest cavity, right, is very important. There's a lot of tension when you palpate an autistic child, the chest cavity, because that energy, right, is what circulates from the diaphragm. Liver governs the diaphragm. That's why they're emphasizing the chest, into the 4 limbs. And sometimes, right, autistic children have motor problems, right? Problems with their hands, problems with their feet, right? Their hands might be, always clubbed, right? Their toes might be clubbed, or they might always hold their hand in a certain way, right? So they have hard times with motor skills, right? Learning to hold something in their hands and keep dropping it, trying to get it and keep dropping it, right? That's related to the chest cavity, related to the diaphragm. And some, right, autism always have breathing difficulties, right? Again, because I think there are 5 types of autistic, right, spectrum, right? Level 1 and all these different things, right? So, and then you have spleen 1, right? So from the base of the soles of our feet, kidney 1, to the big toe, really, right? Liver 1 and spleen 1, right? So all the toes are really covered, right? Because remember, the second toe is also under the domain of the stomach, right? It travels into the abdomen, right? Again, to be point specific, you would say it travels into REN 12. So from an acupuncturist point of view, right, these particular, right, areas of the REN Mai, from the yin channels perspective, so basically what you have is, you have the head, right, Du Mai, right, travels into the head, and Ren Mai, right, travels, as we know, into those areas of the throat, the chest, and the abdomen, right? Obviously, Ren Mai also goes to the face, to the head. So, but if it's autism is seen as something that comes from a constitutional issue, and as an issue relating to the Ren and the Du, right? In fact, as some of you know, right, a child might be growing relatively normal, but then at the age of 3, something happens, right? And you start to see that there's delay in development, there's delay in communication, right? There's delay in motor activity, right? So then that's, because in early years, right, up to the age of 3, which is when the Ren-and-Do fully is said to be intact. But at the age of 3, someone who does not have a Ren-and-Do fully intact will start to experience certain signs that give us clues that they have autism. That's why they look like a normal child after you're born. Right? Everything seems normal, but it doesn't occur until the age of 3. Right? And it usually continues to do that, right, where it begins to sabotage that until it reaches close to the time of puberty, and then certain improvement begins to occur, okay? So anyway, these are the areas that you would want to work on, okay? Now with essential oils, as you all know, right, a lot of times even when you look at essential oils, right, very often they're used to manage the symptoms, right, to help someone that has too much sensory overload, right, to help someone who is very anxious and have a lot of anxiety, especially when you're having transition or changes in the environment. They get very anxious, right? Remember, they like repetition, they like predictability. So we might help give them oils to manage their anxiety, oils to help calm them, things like lavender, right, which is a calming oil, right? Things like cassia seeds, right, Jumingzi, which is a calming oil, right? So we give them oils like chamomile, which is a calming oil, right? We give them sesquiterpenes. If you're looking at a functional group based on chemical composition, that's generally going to be very calming. Aldehydes, right, are generally going to be calming, the ones that smell like lemon. Right? We give them things of that for their anxiety, right, for their, agitation, right, to exert some type of calming effect, or maybe for the insomnia, right, they have a hard time sleeping sometimes, right? So that's why working with the head and working in the way they're constantly sensing the world in a way that's causing them a lot of agitation taking place, okay? So it's usually about managing the symptoms, right, that an autistic child has. Now, once you begin to put into context of it from a Chinese medical point of view, right? What you have to do is you palpate these regions, palpate around the eyes, palpate around the ears, palpate around the gums, really. It's really in the gums, so you might have to lift up their lips and palpate into the gums and find where they might have like things that have bounded up, right? Where things are clumpy, right? Palpate their throat, where things might become very clumpy. Palpate around their chest, palpate around their abdomen. And what you want to do is you want to use an oil to help break up that clumping. That would be much more treating the condition than managing the condition. Right? Some of you already know, right, the oil that I usually recommend for opening up the Ren Mai in other classes is ginger. Right? So ginger, right, as an essential oil, it's very good for breaking up all these accumulations that takes up along the Ren channel. And for the Du Mai, right, the one that I generally recommend is, right, basil, right? Useful for, right, breaking up accumulations that's in the head. So you're actually treating autism. Granted, it's a congenital issue. You might not necessarily see a return back to normalcy, but it definitely treats the condition much more than just simply managing the signs and symptoms. Now today, through Evelyn, we have also the Angelica pubescens. So you don't have to use basil. Right? At the time I did the oils, but there was not a lot of essential oils of Chinese herbs. Right? So you could use something like Du Ho, right, which we know opens up the Du channel. So you can definitely use these essential oils and make a blend. So have a treatment strategy, right? Make a blend. So these are like, me just using lung 7 or small intestine 3 to open up the Du and the Ren channel. right? And then I still need to use points, right, on the Ren channel, right, depending on what the issue really is, right? So is the person, let's say, for example, having difficulty with their breathing? Is the person having difficulty with coordinating their movement? That's going to be that liver area. That's going to be the chest region, right? That in autism is called the Rett syndrome, right? Right? They call that the Rett syndrome, right? Unfortunately, Rett syndrome tends to target women or girls more than boys, right? So again, right, they would have very poor motor coordination. Right, they have a hard time, learning to do, maybe sometimes just holding something, right? They have a hard time learning how to hold something, right? They can't coordinate that, right? And most commonly, they have respiratory problems, okay? And so that would be, where I might be selecting locally the use of Ren, right, 17 and Ren 18, and they very often have insomnia, or they have a lot of, tossing and turning, right, in their sleep, right? So you would then look at an oil that will help to regulate the diaphragm. Well, we all know oils that can do that. Bupleurum can do that, right? Lavender can do that, right? Chrysanthemum can do that. So we have all these different possibilities that we learn in Chinese herbal medicine. Granted, lavender you would not have learned in Chinese herbal medicine. You will learn that in the Barefoot Doctor's Manual. In other words, it was used in Chinese folk medicine, just that you don't learn it in the Materia Medica that you study in TCM schools, right? They don't teach the Barefoot Doctor's Manual. So anyway, that would be your point selection. So that's how you will work with the essential oil. So again, right, so this would be an acupuncture approach, an oil approach, right? So you think of 3 oils, right? A base note, a middle note, and a top note. Right, and then that will create a blend, okay? All right, so yesterday, right, we began our discussion of the Ling. And we said that the Ling comprised of 3 aspects, right? That we have the Hun, the Po, and the Shen, okay? And we described that each one of these, right, tells us about the nature of our soul, right? That the soul, right, in the Chinese cultural mindset, which influences Chinese medicine. That's why we still teach it a little of it in Chinese medicine. We haven't got rid of that. Is that, and we are incarnated into this existence because, right, there is a curriculum, right, that was previous lifetime, okay, and that curriculum, right, was seeded, right, into the Shen. So your existence is now trying to fulfill that curriculum. As a way to make it easier, right, they just outlined that curriculum as having 9 themes, right? So for some of us, our curriculum is health, right? We've been engaged with health most of our lives. Right, either because we've been treating people that are considered unhealthy, right, or we've been interested in trying to find solutions for a population that might be unhealthy. So that's been your major curriculum, okay? And so as a result of that, right, you are going to, right, have a temperament that allows you to maintain, right, this interest in health, right? That temperament, again, could be as a healthcare provider, right? You take on a temperament that allows you to at least, right, show that you have a caring nature, or else people won't be interested in coming to you, right? They don't think you're caring, right? And remember, earthy people are very caring people. They're very accommodating people, right? They're people that basically are like a sponge, right? They take on your suffering, right? So you have to have a certain temperament. Even if you don't have that temperament, at least when you go into the office, you pretend that you have that temperament, right? Because else, you're not going to become very successful in your practice as a practitioner of medicine. So, but that is indeed one of our major issues of life, right? So you have that, right? So regardless, right, the fact that you're taking this class means that could be potentially one of your curriculums, okay? So hopefully, at some point in your life, you come to the realization that you don't need to see people, because people are, whatever they're going through is what they need to go through. Then you graduated from the health palace. But if you go to your dying days feeling that you need to treat everyone and save everyone in the world, then obviously you're going to have to come back again and redo the whole thing again until you get tired of it and realize that sickness is endemic in the world. It's not something that you can really overcome. It's just a part of life itself. Okay? So it comes there, that's a realization. And that means you then completed that particular curriculum, right? But there might be other curriculums that you have to deal with, right? Maybe you were that person I talked about, all you did was spend on your entire life, and you didn't really take care of your family. You weren't there for your kids. You were a workaholic in clinic, right? And even though you say, I did all for them, right? I did all my work was for them, right? But to them, they didn't feel that way. They felt neglected. They felt that you really didn't care. You didn't demonstrate the love. So that means you failed in the relationship palace, right? The relationship usually, again, prescribed family and unprescribed, okay? So you failed in that relationship palace, so next time you come around, you have to relive relationships, right? You're going to get involved in different relationships until you really begin to pay attention, right, to people that are in your life. Until you get to the point, I don't care about people in love. I can have a relationship purely by myself, and I'm okay with that. Right? I don't need people around me. Then you graduated from the relationship palace. Okay? Right? So again, do you feel that you need to have a partner in this life? Do you feel you need to be married in this life? Do you feel, and not because everyone else is doing it, because then you just like herd mentality, following the crowd, but do you really think you need it? Right? And if you don't, then maybe you're starting to have that realization, right? But if you feel, no, I do want a family, I do want to have this, then that's a desire. That's a palace, right? And it pains you that you're not in a meaningful relationship, right? That's a heart pain. So anyway, that's the temperament, right? So to have this curriculum, you have to have a certain type of temperament. And that temperament is, right, placed into the Jing. And the Jing, right, fulfills that temperament, the curriculum, right? So we have to make a connection between this water and this fire, and they call that the Sanjiao, right? So the Sanjiao disseminates, right, your genetic temperament so that it can fulfill the curriculum that has been seeded into that particular temperament. Okay? So that's the Sanjiao mechanism. Right? In Chinese, we say the moving qi of the kidneys, right? Right, begins to disseminate. It travels upward. Right? As that Jing begins to evaporate, just like essential oils begins to evaporate, right? It begins to effuse itself along these bladder points, the bladder shoot points, the tree of life, and it deposits a certain amount of Jing into each of the organs. But it doesn't do it in an equal way, right? It deposits it, right, disproportionately to the organ that needs it the most. So if you need it to be, right, involved in a relationship, or you like to be, you're very people friendly, you want to be involved in many people's lives, then it goes to the fire element, right? It displaces a lot more essence into the fire element and less essence to the other, right, zongfu organs. So then you become temperamentally a fire person, right? Fire person is very engaging. They establish a lot of relationship. You're going to be the life of the party. We come in the party, that's a person that's, that everyone is gathered around. Right, so everyone wants to get to know you, right? That's how you have a lot of relationship. Networking, you call it today, right? Some of you like to do a lot of networking. It means most likely you have a fire temperament. You have a whole stack full of cards, right, that you pull out, right? Oh, well, who's that person, and all these things, right? And some of you, of course, if you're not like that, most likely they give you a car and you throw it away later, right? That's most likely. But you're not interested in establishing all these relationships. So that's the idea, this displacement. So yesterday we concluded with the Shen. So this is why I'm moving time. We said the Shen is establishing that heart-kidney relationship. That means I need to realize that the curriculum that I have, right, that is stored in the heart stores the Shen, right, is constantly communicating with the kidneys to be able to fulfill this curriculum. And we call that establishing a heart-kidney relationship, okay? And then we said after you establish this heart-kidney relationship, right, you also need to deal with the heart pains, right? And treating the heart pain was clearing heart fire. So we established our treatment guidelines by which we then plug in essential oils to fulfill those guidelines. Just that you might plug in stones if you're doing stone modality or acupuncture points or herbal medicine, right? So it's really, again, understanding that it's about the strategy that you're using. And we want to bring that particular curriculum to a state of completion. And we said that in Chinese terms, they don't use that term. They would say you consolidate. Consolidate is to bring things to a state of closure. And we talked about the use of Feno by selection of words, Dong Gui, by selection of the word Gui, which means to return, Hui, which also means to return. So we already looked at different oils that can satisfy this criteria. Right, between the idea, right? Hot fire, we talked about the possibility of using anything that is aldehydes. Aldehydes clears heat. Or you might look at sesquiterpenes, that clears heat. And of course, we said that the heart, the Shen, is about bringing things to completion. And so we focus on the idea of things that comes to fruition. Right? And that means oils that comes from fruition, fruits and flowers, right? And that's why I focus more on the flower end than the fruit end, okay? So we kind of like have already a host of different ways that we can select the oils based on the part of the plant, flowers or fruits, based on Western chemical composition, right? That is the sesquiterpenes, the aldehydes, right? And also we can select oils based on the name, right, of that particular oil or that plant. In Chinese, just as some people select acupuncture points based on the name of that acupuncture point. So it's the same type of ideology that we have, right? Just like we say, oh, that's the N, right, represents the fruit, represents the flowers, that anatomically could be represented by the digits and by the head. So we might select acupuncture points that's on the head and points that are on the digits, right? So that again is a selection based on the different parts of the body. So the last consideration is that Sanjiao mechanism, right? That Sanjiao mechanism, right? Which again is the idea that you have this domain of water, right? Moving up in its dissemination process, okay, along the governor vessel, right, creating almost like an irrigation canal, which is what the 8 extra channels sometimes are considered. They're ditches, right, allowing things to water, namely kidney was water, to flow through, and the yang of water, right, that allows water to move out is the bladder. So it occupies the bladder channel. As we all know, you have the inner and outer bladder line. Well, this is really not, these were independent lines, right? Just later, we put it into the bladder channel, right? The original bladder channel is the outer bladder line, right? These are simply called the back shoe points, right? We don't know what channel belongs to. It's independent of the channels. Just that later generations put it under the bladder channel. So now we call it the bladder shoe points, okay? And it begins to disseminate, from bladder 23 to bladder 22, right? That's why, my triple heat is very much intact with that water element, right? And it's disseminating that water element. And so as it disseminates, it has to give you a profile, right? And the profile is that you're going to experience the world in a certain way because that experience allows you to complete the curriculum. Okay, that's the profile. So a wood person experienced a world in a wood way. A fire person experienced the world in a fire way, right? That's part of your profile, okay? But the profile is intimately related to how the blood, which contains the Shen, which contains your curriculum, right? So it gives you the profile to experience the world to satisfy that curriculum, okay? And we know that curriculum, postnatally, can be violated, right? So you're born to be such and such person, but something happened, right, that violated that blood, right? Like a low, right, that caused your flow to become counterflow, or cause the flow to become, right, no longer on the same pathway that it should be going, right? We call that a low, right? There was another passage that came, right? Because the lows connect to the source, which is the essence, and the low are conduits of blood, right? So the low is the outer bladder line, right? They're the ones that can sometimes come, and then all of a sudden your path was taken in a different direction. That would be how epigenetics affects genetics, right? That's why life is not just meant to be whatever it's meant to be. That was the curriculum, that's your Ming, right? But you also have choice that you can decide, right? If this is not what you want it to be, right? Because what keeps it intact, right, is the belt channel, it's gallbladder. Right? Gallbladder is what keeps this whole area intact. That's the original gallbladder that went to do for bladder 23, bladder 52, kidney 16, stomach 25, all those points along that waistline. So that means gallbladder maintains it because gallbladder gives you a choice that you don't have to, right, live a life that you were meant to live. Not necessarily a choice that you make consciously, but rather it could be a choice that you made out of fear, because gallbladder originally was associated with the emotion of fear, right? Not the emotion of being shy and timid, right? It was fear, right? So I was afraid because something happened in my life, right, that was very traumatic. I was raped. That's pretty traumatic. I was bankrupt. That's pretty traumatic. I was stabbed multiple times. That's pretty traumatic. I had my fingers cut off, right? And I need my fingers to play the piano. I need my fingers to do needling. I need my fingers to take pulses, right? All those things, right, cause to happen abruptly, epigenetics, right? Now, Yong, which represents your destiny, right? That means you went to a certain destination, and that destination changed your life forever. Right? Yong Qi affects Ming Qi. Right? So that's why life is not always just, set into stone. It only gives you what your life possibilities are. It doesn't predict, right, necessarily that you might have certain things that will change your life. Right? If it predicts the changes, it's already there. But the things that it can't predict, that's destiny. Okay? So as a result, it causes Sanjiao to no longer displace the essential qi, right, into wherever temperament that you are fulfilling. Right? That's why low, remember, is said to be something that takes you away from your path. Okay? Now, because it's in the Shen, right, it deals with these areas, right? Again, the lower, the middle, and the upper. Okay, so we have, right, bladder 15, right, bladder 18, bladder 20, and bladder 23. Right, just numbers, but they are respectively represent the organs that relates to blood, right? The heart shu, the liver shu, like the spleen shu, and of course the kidney shu. And all of these, right, treats a condition that's caused where the water no longer goes to those zong organs. So it's called dryness of the zong organs, zong cao, right, which means dryness of the the water's no longer going there, right? And the water doesn't go there, right? These organs that deals with the blood that contains your curriculum can no longer be fulfilled. And that's what they're used for treating, right, zong cao, which even though it's translated as zong dryness, or in modern days they call it visceral agitation, right? Because they translate the word zong as viscera, right? So visceral agitation, in truth it should be visceral dryness, right? But visceral agitation is called personality disorders. It means your personality changed after this event, okay? So a big part of liberating, right, us from our curriculum can come pathologically from trauma, right? I can have trauma, then all of a sudden I don't have to fulfill this curriculum. I'm free, right? And it causes through meditation, right? Through the idea of meditation, where eventually from the microcosmic orbit, connecting with the Ren and the Du, they begin to connect with the inner and the outer bladder line, right, comes through realization. So liberation can also come from realization. If I come to realize that I don't feel I need to treat anyone any longer, because health is not something that I need to be engaged with. I feel that people get sick all the time. I don't need to be the one to provide, right, some type of balm or salve to help them with their problems, right? They need to, I no longer feel the responsibility, and I definitely don't need to do that. Then that means I have completed my curriculum of health. Then you've graduated from that palette. That's also a form of liberation, right? Instead of someone cutting off all my fingers, so I can't take pulses anymore. Maybe you still could look at tongue, maybe I'll use my elbow to palpate, whatever it is, but you still, because you still can't, So that's traumatic, right? Definitely, if you are a concert pianist, you know that your career is over if I cut off all your fingers, right? Right? So that, of course, is completion of the curriculum due trauma, right? So we have these two particular components. Either you realize it from the source, or you realize it through a low, which is more of a pathological, right, configuration, okay? So, and again, it involves not something physical, right? It's not like, oh, okay, let's just put artificial fingers back into my hands and all that, and I can still play the piano, but rather it's a psychological realization, okay? So we need oils to help, right, us to regulate the triple heater, right, domain. Right? That's why the triple heater is like, I've been restrained and I've been captured, right? That's the famous, right, formula by Shudan Shi, capture and restrain decoction, right, which makes use of the herb Cyperus, Shang Fu, right, which makes its way into the materia medica with a affinity of triple heater. Remember when you study the Chinese herbal medicine, there's not too many herbs that have a triple heater affinity to it, right? Right? Gardenia would be the flower, right? That has a triple heater affinity, right? And then you have Shang Fu, right? Would be, in this case, is a root that we use, right? So again, root gets you back to the foundation, right? Flower, again, is that Shen relationship. Right, so again, I'm looking at it from a classical Chinese perspective, that what herbs, right, affects triple heater, right? Gardenia, remember, deals with the trauma, right? Gardenia, right? especially the ones that you find up in the mountains, right? They're going to be much more potent, right? So that's why in Chinese I still use the word shan, right? Ji. Right? Today, when you study materia medica, they don't use the word shan anymore because a lot of it's cultivated in flatlands. But the mountainous ones are the ones that are very, very powerful because gardenia, right, deals with the trauma, right, the aggravation, the obsession over the trauma, the damp heat, right, in all three burners, right? And again, we recognize that very early on, right? Some of you know already during the time of the Tang Dynasty, right? The clinician Wang Tao, right, basically created that formula that we call the Huanglian Jidu Wan, right? The Coptis to relieve toxicity, right? Tea pills, which has the three yellows, the three Huangs, right? Huanglian, right, to address the upper burner, Huang Qin to address the middle burner, and Huang Bai to address the lower burner, right? And then, right, to address all three burners is gardenia, right? So it basically consists of 4 herbs in that formulation, right? And we know already, right, not only does it address damp heat, that is, you know, the obsession, right, the pensiveness, right, the aggravation, the irritability, the restlessness that we associate with heat, but it also addresses it that is in the blood, right? Because gardenia also addresses blood heat, right? As we know, right? In addition to, obviously, internal heat, especially internal heat that's in the lungs or in the liver, okay? So it's one of these herbs, right, that has this triple heater, so it deals with the trauma itself, right? And then you have shang fu, right? Again, we talked about the relationship, right, between the word fu as in fuzi, which means, right, enclose. A lot of the times, right, when we go through these emotional traumas, we feel very vulnerable, right? We don't feel that we have, like, someone hugging us, someone caring for us, someone paying attention to us. So this fragrance that makes you feel that you're being surrounded by white light, being surrounded by, that's why a lot of times in meditation they give you that image, right? Because they want to make you feel protected, right? So imagine a ball of white light around you. It's just really that you're in a womb, that you are, right, being self-contained. And that's what Shang Fu does, right? As it regulates the diaphragm, regulates the liver, right? Again, right, Shang Fu, as some of you know, has that affinity with the liver and triple heater, right, idea. So this is the chief herb, and that formula, right, that we refer to as Zhu, right, and Ji, right, being constrained and being captured, and I can't seem to find a way out, right? And that's trauma again. So this is the cyperus herb, right? And again, this is usually from the root, radix, and this is from the flowers that we're talking about. In Chinese, they usually use the buds, right? That's when you get it's in the bud form. It hasn't flower yet. So this is going to be an important, right, part of this process of helping you to release the trauma so that you could release the curriculum. Self-realization, right, the other aspect of it is that I can also release by actually sitting and reflecting on my life. How many of you have done that in your spare time? Right, or maybe on a daily basis, right, in the practice of sitting and forgetting. You reflect on your everyday life, and then you give yourself the opportunity of a new life the next day, which means you're letting go, really, of your previous curriculum. Every day is a new day, right? That's a realization, but not only a realization, it's something that we have to practice, right? So oils obviously cannot replace your mind, right? Cannot give you the realization. It's only through the oils as you're meditating that might help to foster that realization, okay? And of course, right, with that context, we're looking at, right, right? First of all, Wu Wei Zi, Sandra, right? So Sandra, remember, it's the 5 flavors, the 5 elements there, right? Even though by technicality, it's really by taste sour, right? But Wu Wei Zi, right? The 5 flavor seed, right? As we know, right, is something that helps you to meditate, helps you to consolidate, right? Prevents leakages. So it helps you to support that idea of consolidation, so I can be with myself, I can meditate and reflect on my life and see my life as being complete. Right? So that means all these things that were bad in my life, they needed to happen in my life. I'm no longer going to keep thinking about it. They needed to happen in my life, because by it happening, it gave me clarity about my relationship to the world. Right? So it's a very astringent, as we know, right? That's part of our Chinese medical background, right? Wu Wei Zi, that's one component. And the other one is the Ju Ming Zi, right? That is the cassia seeds, okay? Which of course we know, right? Right? Ju, as you all know, means I'm going to be decisive. Right? That's that gallbladder. That's why it relates to the eyes, right? Right? Ju, right? Ju Ding, right? This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to decide on this, because if I make this decision, it's going to illuminate. It's going to give me the awareness I need to have to liberate myself from my curriculum, right? Which means if I die right now, I would feel complete, right? So again, these are not going to create that for you. I just want you to think that, oh my God, we have a magic solution. It's not. They will facilitate the cultivation that you have to engage in through the meditative process. So that's the 3rd part, or the 4th part of our strategy of liberating the Shen, because you want to complete the curriculum, but you also want to be free from having, right, the curriculum, especially if it's a curriculum that has been sabotaged by trauma, or a curriculum that now you have to deal with that has been acquired in this lifetime, rather than something that was seeded into my genetic material, right? So these 2 oils help in that process. So again, this is, you see why the blend now might be a very big blend, because the blend is satisfying different treatment strategies, right? So, but you could work with 1 step at a time. You don't have to do all strategies all at once, right? You could do clear heart fire first, then work with establishing heart-kidney communication second, and then go into the dynamics of consolidating, right, the essence, right, bringing things to a state of completion, and then, right, freeing the blood, freeing the soul, liberating the Shen, right, allowing the Shen to have its, right, basic day in the sun, so to speak. So this would be, again, I'm using this, right, because those realization in a way makes us become, right, in the old days you would be considered a sage, or a ji simply means a person who decides to reflect on their life and plant their life based on their own, right, will, rather than life that has been planted for you by society, right? Everyone follows what society expects them to do, right? We go to school, right? We get a job, we get married, we have kids, we get old, we die, right? That's the social construct, right? Many of us follow that construct. That's nothing bad with that, right? But a G is to question, is that what I want in my life, right? Rather than just, well, everyone else is doing it, I must just do it along with everyone else, right? So that's part of socialization. So G means you begin to individuate, and you begin to step out of society, right? And you begin to reflect on what you really want in your life, right? So it becomes, very often society will ostracize you because you are not doing what they want, right? So you might be seen as, a rebel, right, in that context, right? So you're creating your own low, you see, you are generating a low. Now you're saying, well, I don't have to follow the flow of everyone else. I'm going to create my own low, right? Your own road, because low means a road too, a path, right? That's what it means, right? A road, right? It's not just the, right? That's what it is, okay? Okay, so we're going to take a break here. When we come back, we're going to now shift for focus. So we're out of the Ling territory, right? And we're going to shift now into the postnatal territory. How do we deal with our emotions and how do we deal with our thoughts? That seems to be the weight, right, or the pathogenic factor that taxes the soul, rather, and which then taxes the body. Okay? All right, so let's do that. We'll do a 15-minute break and we'll continue. Okay, so welcome back. So basically what we want to go into at this point is, given that we've talked about the soul and that the soul is the immaterial aspect of our existence, that there are also the components of our lives that are, relatively speaking, immaterial. So as we all know, that's often depicted as the body being material, and then you have the mind that's immaterial, and we just already talked about the spirit in terms of the soul. So when we look at the mind, right, and we look at this idea of that which is immaterial, we obviously are referring then to our, right, C, which represents our thoughts, right? So in other words, right, the feel, the tian, right, that is being displaced to the heart, okay, to the shen. That what C means our thoughts, right, and the things that we ponder upon in our lives, right? So that, of course, depends on what's given to you in your life, right? That's the feel of existence, right? Those are the people that's around us, the objects that surround us, the animals, the plants, right? Whatever's around us, we can reflect upon those. Right, and then you have the qing, right, which we refer to as the emotions. Right? And while I differentiated the idea of mood, emotions, and temperaments, right, as they relate to the idea of wei qi, yin qi, and yuan qi, right, where we said the mood is something that's indiscriminate. It's just something that we feel, right, that we're conscious of, but we have no reason for understanding why we feel the way we do. And that's like wei qi. So when you're working with mood disorders, you'll be working primarily on the wei level, and top notes as a way of reference generally affects wei qi much more readily than if you're working with the emotions. Then you're working on the yin qi level, and if you're working on one's temperament, then you're working on the yuan level, right? So these are the three ways that we can look at how we express our feelings, either by rationale. This is the reason I feel upset today. This is the reason why I feel happy today. That's an emotion. Right? If I don't know why I feel that way, that's a mood. If this is my overall disposition, I'm a happy person most of the time. I'm an angry person most of the time. I'm a very thoughtful person. Or you might say an obsessive. Right? Obviously, you would choose a more positive adjective than a negative adjective. Right? You could say, oh, well, I'm a deep thinker. Right? So that's your temperament. Now, emotions can also be broken up into various components, as some of you know. Right? There's the types of emotions. Right? Emotions that are biological. Right? And the two most common biological emotions is fear and anxiety, right? And they're rooted in survival, right? So we have biological emotions, means that they're already built in, right? You can't avoid it, right? Because biological emotions are things that helps us to, right, deal with survival issues. And the most common one is fear and anxiety, the fire, water, right, type of emotions, right, when we do the displacement of the emotions within the 5-element chart. Fear, remember, is immediate. A car's coming right at you, you're going to be fearful. Right? You're walking across the street, there's a lot of cars coming, and you have anxiety. Right? There's no immediate threat, but you have anxiety crossing a street that has a lot of cars coming. Right? Fear is a car come directly at you, that's a threat. That's fear. So that's the difference between anxiety. Right? Fear is immediate, anxiety is in the future. Okay? So it is rooted in fear, but it's something that's thrown in the future. So these are called biological emotions, right? And then we have, of course, reactive emotions, right? And reactive emotions is based on a lot of the environment that you're in, and to some degree, conditioning. Right? You've learned by watching others be in similar situations, right? And given those situations, you learned how to react to those situations. So it's not necessarily biological, right? So if someone, let's say, is, right, screaming at you, right, do you scream back? Do you just walk away, right? Do you get frozen there? And so how will you react to that? Most likely you react based on what you've been taught, right, or what you have observed in your life growing up, right? So when you saw someone screaming, maybe mom was screaming at your older brother, and you saw your older brother, right, start to cry. So you learn that's the reaction when someone screams at you. Then you learn to cry, or you basically, right, you cry when someone's screaming at you. Or maybe, right, mom is screaming at your older brother scream back. So you learn that when someone screams at you, you scream back. So that's something that's often conditioned or something that's learned. So it's not biological, right? That someone screams at you, you have to scream back, right? That's not necessarily, right, the context of how things are, okay? So there's these so-called reactive emotions, right, that we have. And then, of course, you have emotions that are transcendental. So this particular discussion, Chinese medical text, is the idea, instead of wei, yin, and yuan, that biological is jing-based, right? Reaction is qi-based, and transcendental is shen-based, right? So it's again based on those three dantians, the jing, qi, and shen, right? Qi, remember, is how we flow with a situation, how we react with a situation. Shen is having emotions that are very transcendental, right? Here you are visiting Santa Fe, right, New Mexico. You look at the sunset, the skies are very beautiful, right? Santa Fe is well known for their, right, sunsets, and it gives you a feeling of awe. It gives you a feeling of peace. It gives you a feeling that at that moment of time, seems like everything in the world is, like, captured by the beauty of that sky. So that's a very transcendental feeling, transcendental emotion, right? So again, right, we have certain things that becomes very transformative in our lives, that takes us away from our body, right? That makes us feel, right, that life, right, it's much more reflective, right? And those are transcendental emotions, right? The emotions of awe, the emotions of, right, being inspired, right? So these are another component that we have when we look at, right, how we want to work with someone, right? Some of us, right, maybe because, you know, you came from a family situation that was hard to get by, then you're going to be primarily having a lot of fear and anxiety in your life because you have survival issues, right? You came from a very poor family, you came from a family maybe that was prejudiced or discriminated against. So there are certain things that gets you into a situation that the biological emotions are always there, right? So you're a fearful person, you're a very anxious person. Right. Reactive really deals a lot with your education, the class that you belong to, right, the social class that is, right? Then you learn how to react, you know, right, to maybe other people of a lower class, right? Because sometimes that is part of our reaction, is that our reaction is a form of discrimination or differentiation, okay? So we have this as another template, right, when we look at the idea of the emotions. Then, of course, right, we look at the emotions as we study in Chinese medicine, where it has a certain affinity, right? And again, right, Chinese medicine, based on the Zongfu approach, have organized these emotions within certain organs. And keep in mind, that's not absolute. You could go back to the Su Wen, and they would say anger hurts the kidneys. Today you learn anger hurts the liver. So obviously, right, there's a disagreement, but then at the same time, you will find in the Su Wen that anger hurts the liver. right? So is this because one author wrote it this way and another author wrote it that way, and that's why the Su Wen is a compilation of different authors, which they seem to have differences in thoughts. Or maybe the Su Wen just doesn't want you to get fixated that something is always going to be associated with something else, right? Because remember, the 5 elements is just a system of correspondence that allows us to have a template of how to work with an individual, okay? Because as you work with one element, it automatically affects the other elements anyway. But given that, right, we do know that you have the idea that we have these organ associations. But I would argue the reason why we create these organ associations is because emotions are not independent, right? They are also somatic, right? That they affect the body, right? So one of the things that we know when they give us the emotion is they give us a sense of directionality about the emotions, which is very important because it's not like what oil is useful for an angry person. No, you have to look at the vector of what anger does, right? That anger ascends, right? It causes headaches, right? It causes tension in the neck, right? So it means that there's a somatic accompaniment to what it is that you're feeling. Not that everyone that's angry is going to have those symptoms, because some of us suppress the anger, right? So it means the normal flow of anger, which goes upward, is now being hampered because you've learned by conditioning that you just can't go out and show that you're angry or screaming and shouting. That's a very uneducated person that does that, right? Right? As a Confucianist might say to a Chinese person, that you don't just go screaming and shouting openly. You could do it in the privacy of your own home, but you just can't do it openly in a social environment. So you learn to suppress your anger. That means it no longer goes upward, it goes to another place, okay? Maybe it goes to your stomach, right? And you have to hold on to that, right? So your stomach gets these knots, right? That you feel crampy in your stomach. So again, that's a somatic accompaniment, right? So we already know that if we think of our affinities, right? We have the idea of liver and its association with anger, right? Nu, right, which is the Chinese term for anger, right? You have this idea of heart, right, and its association with anxiety. Yu, right, is the Chinese term, right? And then we have already the spleen and its association with someone who is thinking about something, right? And again, that's something all the time. So we all think, but it's thinking about something all the time, right? That's why some people translate it as obsession, right? So again, it's C, right? I'll use that word pensiveness since that's kind of like what's been used in books nowadays, right? Related to the spleen, right? So this C is the same C as this, which also just simply translated as our thoughts, right? Rather than, right, our obsession or pensiveness, right? And then we have the lungs associated with grief, sorrow, right? Sadness, right? Which we call bei, right, in Chinese. And then finally, you have the idea of fear, right, associated with the kidneys, right? The context of Jing. Okay, so we have these 5 emotions. And of course, in Su Wen names 7 emotions, right? Shock, as well as worry, right? So worry is where you're thinking about something. So it's different than anxiety, right? Anxiety is focused on fear, right? Where worry is focused on something that the outcome is going to turn out to be a tragedy. It's going to turn out to be bad, right? I could be anxious in a wedding, right? That you're going to be, let's say, the bride, the groom. So I'm anxious about the ceremony. It's going to take place in the future, right? And you might be fearful that it's going to turn out bad. That means you're worrying and not necessarily being anxious, right? So that's the difference between anxiety and worry, right? And worry usually means that there's an anticipated outcome that's going to turn out to be bad. All right, so we know the directionality, that anger ascends, right? That the heart scatters, right? Or anxiety scatters, I should say. Pensive, right, binds, right? Grief, depletes or descends. It brings your energy down, so you don't feel like the energy to do things, right? So that doesn't necessarily deplete, but deflates the chi, right? So it descends the chi, right? And fear, of course, right, is where the chi becomes suspended, right? So it goes in, it gets pent up in some area, right? Normally, as we all know, right, through observation, when someone who's naturally afraid of something, namely as a child, they haven't been conditioned, this is how you deal with fear, right? So when they're afraid, they wet their pants. So they definitely think of this as, right, everything gets pent up and they release that through, right, incontinence through urination, okay? So this is important because it gives us the sight, right, of application. Right? It means that, we're just applying the oils, right? For anger, you might, yes, use liver points, but you might want to use liver points that are on the region of the head. And that means, right, we say, wait, well, only the internal branch of the liver goes to the head. What am I going to use? Well, you're releasing something. And that means you don't go to the liver point, you go to its full organ, to its yang, to release. So gallbladder points is on the head, right? Small intestine, it scatters, right? So again, it scatters. I could use points on the scapula, right? I could use points on the small intestine as it scatters upward, right? On the cheeks maybe, right? So again, we generally use the yang channels, right? To help to dissipate, because these organs, right? Remember, as song organs can hold on to the anger, hold on to the anxiety, so you want it to dissipate. Because long-term emotional stagnation, as we know, right, will hamper the humors, right, that is associated with that organ. Right? Long-term anger can cause the humors associated with the liver would be blood, heart, right, with anxiety, blood, spleen, right, fluid, right, but also blood, right? That's why too much pensiveness can create phlegm. Too much pensiveness can also cause, right, you to have blood that is being managed, being banked, but banked in a point that it cannot relatively move, right? So the bank becomes saturated. You call that stenosis, right, of the arteries. Right? Grief, right, well, lungs deals with fluids, chi, right? So again, those things can get stagnant, right? And again, that means lung can have fluid stagnation, right? And then kidneys, as we know, fear, right? Kidneys deals with jing, right? So again, we can then have jing stasis, right? And jing stasis could be like a tumor. Okay? So anyway, we use their yang counterparts to help release a lot of these issues. So it gives us places to apply it. So if I'm fearful, I'm going to apply my oil blend on the bladder channel, right? Either again as a point or as a region, that's going to be on my lower back, right? That's in the lower region. If I have grief, I'm going to apply it to the large intestine channel, right? As it goes down. Well, large intestine, right, the internal pathway of it goes down, so you might then use points like stomach 25, right? As the mood point for the large intestine to deal with that grief, to help uplift, right, that energy that's there. Right? And remember, the general idea is that you are either following the expression, so that you feel that by helping them follow the vectors, that you are allowing them to have a catharsis, right, of releasing those emotions. But there's those of us who feel that the better way is not to have a catharsis, but to have a control. That means whatever direction it is, let's bring it down. I don't want you to be angry and ragey, right, all over the place, right? That means that's a catharsis, but obviously it's not a full catharsis, because you still are raging all over the place. So in that case, right, we do the opposition, right? We descend the chi, or we say metal then controls wood. Right, metal descends, right? So you're using basically the 5-element control cycle to hamper, right? If fire scatters and water constricts, I can use water to control fire, right? So that's called, the opposition approach, right? mainly because the person has these emotions that is very severe, right? And while the emotions are severe and it's intended to be a catharsis for this particular individual, it's not a catharsis, okay? And we know why very often. In Chinese medicine, at least they believe they know why. That to have a full catharsis, right, the medium, right, of yin, because yin is what allows things to be stored, right, has to be released with that emotion, okay? So we have to release the emotion with some type of blood, right? So maybe there's going to be a blood discharge, right? Hemorrhaging is not always bad, right? It's just like, if you have a blood clot, you want to lance that to pull that blood clot out. You don't want to be floating all around the place, right? So you want to release the blood. You want to release the phlegm, the fluid, right? You want to be able to have a catharsis of that, okay? So, and of course, the way you feel and the way you sense, right, what giving you these emotions, right, is a lot based on your sensory perception. Right? And sensory perception is based a lot on the Jing fluids, right, that goes to the opening, right, of the Zong organs. Right? So the liver, as we know, opens to the eyes, the heart opens to the tongue, right? The spleen opens to the mouth, the lungs open to the nose, and the kidneys open to the ears, okay? So we might have an attempt to try to generate a fluid discharge in those openings to allow the person to have a catharsis, right? So releasing the fluid, which is going to be definitely related to the sensory orifice, the openings, or releasing, right, the humors, right, either through expectoration, through defecation, right, through hemorrhaging, right? Just that in Central we don't hemorrhage because we don't do bloodletting. That would be an acupuncturist's role, right? They bloodlet you to help you to release those medium. Like in the liver, you would have to bloodlet the liver to release the anger because liver stores the blood, and that's the humor, right, that needs to be released. Okay, and this is why sometimes people do cut themselves, right? Or when someone's very angry, they hurt themselves, right, as a way to try to release some of that anger or that anxiety, right? That again, the heart relates to blood, right? And the heart also relates to sweat. So sometimes we could just promote sweating, right? So you feel anxious, right? Take a hot shower, go into a sauna, right? Perspire, right? And let some of that anxiety come out with the sweat, okay? So in any case, right, this is the dynamics that we see in terms of establishing a treatment strategy, right, with emotions. However, right, the reason why that person who's raging and is not able to resolve that raging is because we've only been treating their emotions, okay? Right? And when I say okay, I'm treating rage, I know the rage, right, ascends, and I know somatically it's going to go into what the liver manifests through, the sinews, right? That's why you feel very physical. You have to be very physically abusive to others or maybe to yourself. Right? So if you happen to be a very physically abusive person, it's most likely you have a lot of anger that you hold on to. And you're just looking for someone to be able to work it out on. Right? Someone that might not provide the resistance to that. Right? You know that it goes up to the head, right? And or the neck region, right? Especially in the nape of the neck where the gallbladder channel travels to and is stuck there. Right? And at the same time, right, we know that it goes into the eyes, right? So we might look at oils that helps to relax the region of the head, the region of the muscles, the regions of the eyes, or something like that. And since it's so immediate, is happening so intensely, we want the top note oils to be a higher concentration, right? Because you want to have immediate results. You don't want to wait 6 hours later, like a middle note. You want something to be resolved very quickly. So the top note then becomes a greater part of the concentration of the blend, right? Every time you feel that anger coming up, take this oil out. It could be a smelling salt. If you don't like smell therapy, you could rub it on acupuncture points if it's an oil blend. So you could use that context, okay? But the fact is, it still continues, right? And when you go to a therapist, right, the therapist is going to look at what are the thoughts that conjure up, or the situations that conjure up this anger. Or they might go back into time, depending on what type of therapist you go to. Right? A psychoanalyst might go back into your upbringing to see how you were conditioned into reacting this way. A cognitive, behavioral therapist might look at the thoughts that you can use to help to siphon off or help to, in some ways, diffuse whatever it is you're feeling through. Okay? And that's where we go into 3 basic components when we look at the emotional grid. Right? The first is we identify the emotions. Right? And regardless of whatever emotion it is, right, we know that emotions, according to Zong Fu theory, right, affects the heart and the liver. Right? The liver harmonizes the emotions. And you may say, what exactly does that mean? I mean, that word harmonize sounds so, like so new agey, right? It balances the emotions. What does that mean? Like the word he. Right? And he, of course, is the Chinese way of helping us understand that he, harmonization, has a lot to do with the middle burner. Right? It's the middle burner that's always harmonizing. That's why in acupuncture or in Chinese medical texts, they use terms like harmonize the middle burner, harmonize spleen and stomach, harmonize liver with stomach, harmonize liver with spleen. It's about the middle burner. Right? It's about that you need to look at that your thoughts, because the spleen is your thoughts, is in harmony with the emotions. Right? It means I know I'm creating thoughts that's making my emotions intensify. Right? So you have to look at your thoughts. My cognitive behavior therapist might be just replacing those thoughts with other thoughts that they believe are going to be more beneficial or more therapeutic. But that's what the word harmonization is. So the liver is supposed to harmonize your emotions, then it brings to the heart, as the heart is affected by all emotions, because the heart has to language. The heart has to communicate. The heart opens to the tongue. So if you could feel something, but if you don't express it, if you don't language it, and maybe sometimes you don't have the language, like let's say in an autistic child, because with mom they have a hard time in communication, then you see the frustration they have, right? So the heart also affected by all emotions, and notice all 3 of these organs relates to the issue of blood. Spleen managing the blood, heart circulating the blood, and liver storing the blood. So they all relates to blood because emotions is an experience. Okay, so to understand harmonization, we have to understand spleen, which remember is the thoughts. Or the way I think, the way of thinking. And the way you think is called education. It's called upbringing. And that has a lot to do, that's why spleen deals a lot with family, with your environment, your friends, your peers. Today, of course, we have other components. That's called mass media, including social media, Those things that you look at, that you are learning about the world, Today we are inundated with a lot of information from mass media. So media is going to have a big impact on the way that you're going to think, and then that way of thinking usually gives us the way you're going to react. right? So all of these things are giving us what we call, right, tian, right? That's why the word si, right, as I said, the word thought, right, is, right, have the word tian, like dan tian, right, which then affects your jing, right, which then affects your, right, your shen. Right, you know, the tian, the middle burner, which is where all this begins, right? It's like digestion, right? You have certain information, then you have to process that information. You sort out the part of the information that you feel is vital for you, and the part that's not vital for you. You separate the pure and turbid. You digest the information, and the part that you don't think is necessary for you, you eliminate that. And the part that you think is good for you, you absorb that. That becomes the way you feel nurtured by, okay? So that's what the contact tian is. So tian is it's a field, right? But it's a field that is constructed, right? We construct the field, right? That's the field that you're gonna plant the vegetation, because it's the field that we use for farming. The vegetation that you know will sustain your life, right? Sustain who you are. Right, so it's called a social construct, right, is the idea of a tian. So when you look at the social construct, right, we all have, right, a social construct. Every time you are going to express a feeling, if you're conscious of it, ask yourself, why do I feel this way? And most likely you could trace it back to something you saw on television, or something that you saw in terms of family upbringing, or something you saw in terms of your people that were close to you, be it your neighbors, be it your family and friends, right? And they have a lot of influence on the way you're going to feel, okay? So, you know, certain things, right? In other words, loss, for example, right? Right, this word sat, right? This idea of loss, okay? Right. So if you look at she, right, this idea of loss. If you lose something, how do you feel? How do you feel? Do you feel angry that you lost something? Do you feel anxious, right, that you will never get it back again in the future? Do you feel, you know, sad, grief, right, that, you know, you lost something? Or do you feel fearful that without this thing in your life, of course, it depends on what it is. I'm pretty sure many of you might be thinking that already. It really depends on what it is, right? The value, that means you're basically saying it has a lot to do with value, right? And value is a social construct, right? People in society tell you what is valuable and what is not, right? So value itself is based on social construct. So how do you feel when you lose something? Well, you might also say, well, it depends on how attached am I to that something, right? It's also a measure of attachment, right? If it's something that you hardly use, you might not even feel much of that emotion, right? So again, you might say it depends on your level of attachment, right? So attachment, that clinginess, right, is dampness. It's turbidity, right? It's, you know, that's why spleen, right, which generates the thoughts. That's why the spleen is not here, because this is your thoughts, right? Right, that you are constructing. Well, even if you don't, right, and if you do know what your general feeling is when you lose something, and let's say you do lose something very valuable and lose something you're very attached to, what is the emotion that you're going to feel? Okay? Now, social construct, society will probably tell you that if it's valuable and as something you're attached to, they will say you should feel sad, right? Then that is social construct, right? And Zhuangzi taught us that, right? It's taught us that, you know, when he lost his wife, right, and his friend came to visit him, his friend is shocked that he's not following the proper dictum, that anyone who loses someone that they value and someone they're attached to, they should be sad. They should be mourning. But there it is, Zhuangzi, right, taking a basin, flipping it over and playing it like a drum, right, showing a celebration of life. right? Rather than what we society expect. In fact, you probably would say the same thing. If you went to a funeral and you have, you know, a member of the family of the deceased that's singing and just dancing around, and everyone is dressed in black with their head down, you would say this person is out of place. You might even ask for security to remove that person from the funeral place, right? Because they're not following social construct. You're not following what society expects you to feel. So that is taught by society, right? So again, right, it really depends on your way of understanding. And John, of course, explained to his friend, yes, of course I was sad, right? But then I realized that she's now returning back to a place, right, where it all began, right, that numinous place, right, of all possibilities. And I should honor and I should feel delight for that. So in other words, he's basically saying my thoughts change. I have new thoughts, and that's why now it's a celebration, right? So in other words, you have to make a choice, right? That's why liver, right, harmonizes the emotions, because gallbladder makes a choice about how am I going to process my thoughts. I can make it into an emotion that potentially can be hurtful or harmful, or maybe out of place, right? Because all emotions are really could be, right, by judgment, proper or improper. So gallbladder, right, is basically saying that whenever you feel something, ask yourself, right, even though you say I can't control it, well, you are making a choice that this is how you want to feel, right? So this, and of course sometimes this is often very unconscious because we don't really think about what we learned. We just kind of embody what we learned. So a big part of changing one's emotion is not just simply working, right, with our directionality. That means you work with the somatic, right, presentation of anger, right, either by suppressing it, right, that's the main number, wherever the vectors are, you move the opposite direction, or you create a catharsis. Creating a catharsis, however, requires a medium of yin that is going to be moving, be it blood, be it fluid, might be it even essence, right, that's moving, right, as some of us have, right? Like, let's say, you know, you might have a catharsis of love, and some people have these nocturnal, right, emissions, right? That's a catharsis, right, of expressing love, right? As you bring that energy of love down into the lower burner. So that's a yin type of release. That's a somatic release, right? Or you oppose it, an opposition principle, right? Again, that usually depends on the severity of the issue, okay? Now, if the issue is severe, right, and you're using the opposition principle, or even with the catharsis, there's not a full catharsis, it's because, right, we have to work with the social construct, and that's going to be the spleen, okay? That's Greek side. So somatically, right, that's considered the liver, right? And then as you're having a catharsis, as you're having some type of yin movement, right, or yin suppression, right, we might call that yin fire, we might call that ministerial fire, right, because the pericardium, right, can take the liver's energy and move that liver energy back to its mother, back to the kidneys, right, and we call that ministerial fire. It suppresses your emotions, right, and that's what an opposition is. It has to control it, right, or other traditions call it yin fire, right, so this is part of the opposition principle, right. And of course, the catharsis is predicated that you have adequate amount of blood or fluid or jing to be able to have the catharsis. So if you're barren, right, you can't really have the catharsis because there's nothing to help move that, right, feeling, to make it tangible, make it yin, right, to move it out of the body, okay? So if it's severe, right, then we have to do some type of analysis, right, looking back at your family history, looking back at your education, psychoanalysis, or cognitive behavioral therapy that's working with the spleen, right? And of course, right, in all of these therapies, right, we have to have the person talk about it, to communicate it, to language it, right? It doesn't have to be communication with me, right, or with the clinician. It could be communication by which they find some type of outlet to express themselves, right? That would be, because, I know sometimes my patients are going to be uncomfortable talking about it, and I ask them to write a journal where they write about it themselves, right? They are verbalizing it, they are communicating it. It doesn't have to be a journal that I'm going to look at, right? Unless they want you to look at it, right? Because they have that trust in you. So they're making a choice, right, to examine their thoughts. And as they make a choice to examine their thoughts, they're helping themselves, right, to be able to let go of the fear of expression. So that helps us now to establish how you're working with emotions, right? And of course, the modality we're using is just essential oils, okay? So that means as I bring this now into the treatment principles, right? It's basically what we do is we regulate the chi, right? That's very simplistic, right? When you see them talk about that, means you're regulating the vectors of chi, right? For anger, you might ascend the chi. So when you take this formula, right, you might notice that you're going to be screaming and shouting, right? Because that's the upper ascension. You might notice, right, well, I know that you don't like to express yourself more verbally. You might notice that you get headaches, right, tension in your neck, because that's the anger coming up. Well, I get that all the time. Okay, let's do opposition. We're going to move that anger, right, downward, because the lungs, right, is going to descend that chi down. So lungs control metal, so that means you have to use the control cycle to regulate the chi. So it's about vectors, right? And once you look at the vectors, right, you know that there is going to be two components related to that. There's going to be the somatic component. That means you have to relax the sinews, right? Collectively, all this is working on the liver, right? Because the liver harmonizes the emotion. The liver, right, opens to the eyes. The liver, right, manifests to the sinews, and the liver regulates the smooth flow. So things are moving smoothly to where it needs to go. Anger needs to go up, grief needs to go down. So that's all really part of the liver domain. But we relax the sinews so that your muscles, right, don't get tight. You don't get that headache. You don't get the tension, right? You don't feel the palpitation, right? Like your chest muscles are tightening up, right? You don't feel your urethra, your bladder, right, squeezing and causing you to want to keep peeing, right? Or that pitting in your stomach, right? So you relax the sinews, right? And you open the orifice, right? That relates to that particular emotion, right? And remember, in both of these components, right, of regulating the vectors, relaxing the sinews, and opening the orifice, you are also, at the same time, ensuring that the body has adequate amount of mediumship, yin mediumship that is, by which we can discharge that emotion, right? So you might need to, right, nourish the fluids, right, the jing ye that is, might nourish the blood, right, or maybe even in some cases nourish the jing, right? So that you have the mediumship to carry it out, right? Right? And then of course, as you're carrying that out, you help to strengthen, right, the spleen, right, which is your thought, that's cognition. You strengthen the way you're going to process your thoughts, right? And you're going to strengthen that spleen. Or another way of saying that, if you don't want to just focus on the spleen, this is where they would use the word harmonize the middle, right? The middle burner, the middle jiao. Harmonizing the middle jiao basically, again, means that I'm adding in the spleen, stomach relationship to the liver, and to the gallbladder so that you're able to make the proper choice, right? Or you're able to make the choice that you believe will help you to deflate, right? These thoughts that you have, right? That is sabotaging you to have a certain emotion that is, you might say, very, very detrimental to a relationship or to yourself, okay? So that's harmonizing with the middle burner, right? And then, right, opening the voice box, opening up the throat, opening up the tongue so I can communicate. So this is why all of this relates to, collectively, as we said, right, this is kind of like liver, right? The origin of fluids and blood, right, is in the middle burner, right? Spleen, right? And then finally, you have the heart that circulates the blood, right? And that is to communicate. So they would use the term open the throat, right? In particular, by opening the throat in terms of the voice box, right? So it's more about communication, right? So that means you're looking at herbs that deals with someone who has hoarseness of their voice. Things like pendai hai, which is not an essential oil, but that would be an herb that specifically is what meant for someone's voice box, right? Or Western herbalism, right? The use of horehound or mullein, right? For someone who has hoarseness of the voice, okay? So you need to open the throat, and in particular about the tongue. So it's really in particular about communication, okay? Okay. So it sounds like a lot, but remember, you have oils that can do a bunch of these things, right? And not just, that you don't need to necessarily look for one oil that does this, one oil that, Lavender, for example, right? Regulates the qi, it relaxes the sinews, right? It helps to bring clarity to the orifice, right? So lavender itself, right, can be useful already, and it harmonizes the middle burner. So that's one oil that does a number of these strategies. And depending on where I put it, if I'm applying it topically, I can even place it right underneath your throat, right, to affect your throat, to open up the throat, right? So definitely you can, satisfy a number of these strategies through, right, one oil. Just like there's a number of herbs that can do these things as well, right, in terms of herbal medicine, right? We don't have to necessarily just think of one herb for each, okay? So that's the treatment strategy dealing with emotional discourse. Now there is, however, right, at least from a Chinese perspective, right, one other component that we have to add into this equation, okay? And that component is the kidneys, okay? Because remember, ultimately, we're working with the soul, we're talking about Jing and Shen. So the kidneys, okay? And the kidney is the sense of responsibility, okay? Right? It's a sense of oneself and one's sense of responsibility. In other words, how you feel, right? Are you responsible for how you feel? A lot of times, right, we don't say that, right? We say, you know what, you caused me to be angry. You made me sad, right? You made me got scared. See, we blame it on you. So I'm not responsible for my fear or my anger or my sadness, you are. And if you are not responsible, then you can't change. You can only change that which you're responsible for. So that means, can you take responsibility of the way you think, the way you feel, or do you keep putting blame on others causing you to feel the way you feel? Right? And this is a very crucial question. Right? Many people in lives do not take responsibility for their lives, which means they then have no control, because as I said, responsibility brings it back to the self. Okay? Not others that cause you, I mean, yes, right, through interaction, right, others cause you to feel the way you feel, but you choose to feel that way. And sometimes you choose to feel that way because society taught you that's the reaction you should feel. Okay? So this is going to be where I would argue that essential oil works better than the other modalities, with the exception of maybe stone medicine. Because essential oil is the essence, right, of the plant, and the essence is kidneys. Right? Herbal medicine is not going to make you feel more responsible, right? But oils, as the essence, that's the essence that's responsible for the livelihood of that plant that it was extrapolated from. So essence, essential oils, tackles this issue of responsibility. How responsible are you to your choices that you make in life, to how you feel in life, and to the thoughts that you have? Right? Or is it just simply things that you don't even put attention to? Right? Because responsibility means you become more self-aware. Right? And that's why a lot of it, remember where aromatherapy comes from. It comes from religious circles. It comes from incense that were being burnt. It comes from oils that were being anointed in religious ceremonies. Right? They were basically trying to give the person space, because that's what you normally do when you go to a church, right? To give you space to reflect and contemplate on yourself. Granted, some churches might be, or some religions are focusing on the discretion, the indiscretions that you created, but it's about self-reflection. And essential oils, right, are aromas that gets you to breathe in, goes directly into the brain. Right? That's why, you can't change your mind. Right? I could spit it out. I could, take charcoal and absorb whatever I drank. Right? Because it was, I decided I don't want that property of that. I can change my physiology when I ingest it, but you can't change it when it's by being inhaled. It goes directly into the brain. That's why you can eat glue, nothing happens, but if you sniff glue, you know what happens, right? So this is the context. That's why, sometimes smoking something is much more powerful than ingesting something, right? And so this responsibility is where it really is about more of the smell or the inhalation, rather than just anointing the body, which you obviously will inhale it anyway. But if you want to inhale it faster, you need a driving force. And this is where, again, heat drives it either through candles or through a diffuser, right? So inhalation is very important in dealing with working someone's emotion as you create this blend. So we need to have oils that help you to have a sense of responsibility. Right, a sense of ownership, right, of the context of who you are. Okay, and as some of you know, those are usually the tonics, because the tonics is not to give you energy. I mean, they do, but the tonics is to give you energy to reflect on yourself. Right, these tonics, right, be it the use of Huang Qi, right, astragalus, right, or renshin, ginseng, right? The herbs that we would say tonifies the qi. But in truth, they tonify what? Original qi, yuan qi, right? They're related to the constitution, to the dynamics of who you are, okay? So again, these are available as essential oils, right? So again, the ginseng root, right? The astragalus root, right? Or maybe the atracalotus root, right? So chuang shu, right? Bai shu. Right, so all of these could be associated with this yuan qi, right? But again, I want to create a little sense of differentiation with it, right? Renshin is a little bit more, right, associated, as we know, right? Renshin or wind cham, right? It's the other, right? Really, the old name for it is called cham, right? So again, right? This character, right? It's the character of cham. This is the character for the word shin, right? So a little different. You can see, right? The character is a little different. But some of you already know that, that we have this idea that herbs can help, or are also helping humans to evolve. And the Chinese recognition, I mean, all herbs, everything in life helps us to evolve. But the Chinese single out, right, that there are certain types of herbs, right, through their cultivation of the herbs, through their understanding of the herbs, that helps us to evolve much more so than other herbs. Right? It's like, going to the herb kingdom, the plant kingdom, and looking for the sages, right? Looking for the gurus, right? The lamas, right? The Rinpoches and all these different, the mystics in the plant kingdom. Right? And of course, the most common mystic, as we know, are the mushrooms, right? Because they are things that grow out of decay. Out of death comes resurrection, right? That's why they have their mycelium, right? They're a very, very powerful in communicating, right, wisdom to the entire forest, to the entire terrain that they are in. But they also discovered that there are these different humanity roots, right? Some of them have been extrapolated as essential oils, right? So you have, because we all know Kushen, right? You have Danshen, you have Renshen, you have Shashen, and you have Shenshen, right? So these are the 5 humanity roots, right? And this again, it comes directly from Sun Samao, who created a formula that was called the 5 Shin, the 5 Cham, right? Decoction. He believed this formula helps us to become more aligned with our humanity, right? Kushen related to wood, that's the bitter humanity root, right? So again, his influence of Buddhism upon Sun Samao. Sun Samao lived at a time where Taoism and Buddhism were very, very popular, right? And Buddhist is the idea that life is filled with bitterness because of suffering. And as we all know, the 4 noble truths, that the discovery that suffering comes from desires, right? So anyway, so that life is going to be filled with a lot of difficulties that makes us have negative thoughts, that makes us have negative emotions, that might make us even become suicidal, right? That's Kushen. So Kushen is the recognition that there is suffering in life. So and then Danshen is that even though there is suffering, I can alchemically change that. Now what does that mean, alchemically change that? Okay? Because we all know that there is the basic path that we follow, right? If there's suffering, right? Some of you already have been following that path, that you want to alleviate suffering, right? You want to find solutions to the patterns and the diseases and the conditions that your patient come in, right? So you are in a heroic path, right? You want to be a hero, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure you have patients that says, if it wasn't for you, I'd probably be dead. You saved my life, They want to give you all that credit, right? So to them, you're their hero, right? You saved their life, right? So because you decided that you wanted to be a heroic journey. And some of us decide, as I said, right, to be more of a sage, right? So instead of a sheng, right, which is the Chinese term, right? We became bei, right, which is another, right? So you can see that within this network, this web of life, we decided we want to overcome it. And this one, we accept it. We work with the circumstances of life, and we try to help us understand what does those circumstances help us to understand about life. So we don't try to change it, we'll work with it. And that's the sage. And then in the middle of that is the alchemist, right? That's the Dan, right? That the fire, as we all know, right? So, a hero would be, working with getting rid of, to use one example, right? Hero would try, okay, I know I have phlegm, let's try to expectorate the phlegm, right? Let me try to transform the flame. Let me try to soften the flame. Right? That's a hero, right? You're trying to do something about the phlegm. A sage, you say, well, let's find out why you have phlegm, right? If I understand why you have phlegm, then maybe I can lessen the phlegm, because maybe, you need to stop eating all those cheesecakes. Maybe you need to stop drinking all those fruit drinks, right? We have to find out why you have all this phlegm, right? That's the sagely path. The alchemist is, it vaporized. Where is the phlegm? It's no longer there. That's called vaporizing the flame, okay? So this is the difference in terms of strategy, right? And that's what Danshin is, the alchemist, right? It recognizes even though there's suffering, and within suffering, some of us wants to save the world and get rid of all the suffering. Some of us embraces the world as suffering, right? And then some of us just see the world differently. That we don't have suffering, right? We don't, and how do you see it? Is that good or bad? It's just the way the world is, right? And I don't mean that in a sagely way, right? They see it differently, right? In other words, they don't really deal with the issue. They automatically, the issue is no longer there, okay? So, and that's what humanity is about. So you can see this is also a progression idea, right? This is what humanity is about. And as you look at this context of humanity, and you might think, life is something that you want to hold on to, you want to grasp onto life. But like the sand that you put into your fist, right, no matter how hard you hold on to that sand, right, it trickles down and it breaks away, and that's the sandy root. That's the metal, that's the lungs. Lungs, no matter how you try to hold on to your breath, right, kidneys grasp the chi, kidney controls inhalation. The lungs is about letting it go, exhalation. Nothing lasts forever, impermanence, that's the lung. That's why we call it the sandy root. And then once you realize that life is not something you can hold on to, because life involves death, then you see the mystery behind life itself. And that's the mysterious root, the dark root, right? So Renshin, is that idea that it's going to work with our humanity to take, you might say, ownership. This is what my life is about, right? Because remember, a big part of this transcendental emotion, because eventually what we want to do in working with you is to help you with the transcendental emotion. And transcendental emotion is the Shen. But transcendental emotion has a lot to do with the fears that you have, because you have the survival, which means that you have the fear of death and dying. That's the Jing. That's the biological emotion that we say started out with fear and anxiety, right? Which is fire and water. So we have to get back, right, to being able to understand that idea of transcendental understanding. And that's what these Shens are. They help you to transcend the world, okay? Well, that's nice, but it's not me that's the problem. So it's, where I live. I don't like to be an American. I don't like to be a Chinese or whatever it is, right? Some of us find that they're having a hard time with their clan that they belong to, right? Their allegiance that they belong to, right? And that's where Huang Qi comes in. So Huang Qi is not about me, it's more about the environment that I'm living in, right? It has the word Shi. And Shi represents, right, the clan, right, the family, right, what you're associated with, right, what your allegiance is, that's Shi. Right? And then all we did was we put the plant radical on top of it, right? And then the cost of that, right, it gets pronounced a little differently. Okay? So stragglers, which is also available, right, help you to adjust to the environment, right, rather than to adjust to you, right? So are you a victim, right, or are you a survivor, right? If I put the responsibility back to myself, that's working with Renshin. If I put the responsibility to the environment, then that's working with Huang Qi, right? So Huang Qi really doesn't change you, right? It tries to change the way you perceive the environment, right? That's why, it's like J windscreen, right? It's basically trying to help you adjust to how the environment is, what's going on, the climate and the wind and all that, right? Why not just change yourself? And you're not living in a different environment or different, right? You are just simply living, okay? And then lastly, you have the atracolotus. My atracolotus is, of course, Dao Hong Jing, right, is the person who makes this become a very important herb. So Sun Samao, right, as we all know, right, makes this the idea of the importance of the shins. Prior to that, we would look at Shen Nong's Bancao, it would be the mushrooms, right? Sun Samao puts emphasis on the shin. That's why when you read Shen Nong's Bancao, ginseng comes later. It's not even like on the top of the list as an important herb, right? It comes later on, right? And then as we all know, Li Dongyuan, right, who's the earth screw, right? He's the one that elevates the astragalus as a very important herb, because you can't change yourself if you don't change the environment, right? Okay, I'm going to therapy, right? And I'm going to be maybe even institutionalized, right? All right, so I'm going to go to an asylum, right? And then I'm being medicated, and then I get evaluated, and then, I seem to be now working with a bunch of people that's in my asylum, and everything seems okay, so I'm going to go before the board, and they're going to let me out because, it seems you made progress. You seem to be now, right, not harmful to society. And then you go back, right, and you go back to your family. You go back to your friends. They're the ones that created the environment that got you to be where you were. And those are very often, you see that, right? A lot of people come out of the therapy, they go back to the family, and then they start to have relapses. And that's why some people emphasize to treat a psychological patient, you have to treat the entire family. Family therapy, right? Veterinarians definitely recognize that. When you treat an animal, bring in the caretaker too, right? Because a lot of times animals are sponges for the issues that the human, right, caregivers are creating, right? So Dao Hong Jing, right, talks a lot about astragalus, right? Astragalus, remember, is the one herb, right? Or there's 3 herbs that has that very important word that means magic, right? It's taking something that's growing, right? So it's growing and growing. That's wood, right? Right? This is the word mu. But also, as I'm growing, there's a realization. There's a dot of realization, right? And that realization is, I can't contain it. It's like, here I have is a cup of water. A red drop of blood went into that red water. The whole water becomes red. Right? And that's what that dot is. It begins to permeate. It begins to saturate that cup. And I have to be transformed. Every part of my being is transformed. Right? As it moves, Xing, right? As it moves through my entire body. Right? And that's atracolotus. Be it the atracolotus, right, that we call white atracolotus, be it the atracolotus that we call black atracolotus, or be it the atracolotus that is about me, right? My atracolotus, right? Those are the only 3 herbs that in Chinese culture, right, based on Dao Jing, that has garnered that term shu. No other herbs have that, right? So you have shu, right? Kakume sodaria, right? You have chuang shu, right? Which means grain, actually, but even though we call it black, right? And then you have bai shu. So atracolotus, right, is a magical transformation, right? That means when you work with atracolotus, you have to work with intentionality, okay? Right? So that means, let's say, do an experiment, right? You want to feel hot, right? Put a drop of atracolotus on your tongue and see if you start to feel hot. Right? Now you say, I want to feel cold. Put a drop of and notice, does it magically change what your intention wants in your life? Because that's what magic is. Right? You willed it and it happens. And atracolotus welcomes that transformation. So these are three herbs that we can work with, depending on how you want to work, with what we call responsibility. Right? So are you responsible for what you're feeling and thinking? Okay? So we're going to break here for lunch. When we come back, we're going to look at the faculty that we call our thinking. So this is how you work with the emotions. Right? And then again, I'll look at some of the oils, right, that we can look at just as an example that represents this treatment strategy. Okay? So we'll come back in an hour. Okay, and then we'll see you then. Okay, so welcome back. We have some questions to begin with. The first question says, I needle stomach 21, Liang Men, and liver 3. A little hard to hear. This is on. Okay. Okay, is it better? No, not yet. Is it better now? Maybe I need to put this higher. Okay, is it better now? Okay. So the question is, I needle stomach 21, Liang Men, which means the beam gate, and liver 3, Tai Chung, to address the hidden beam with good results. I would like for my patients to be able to continue this treatment between visits. Is there a specific essential oil formula that can do this, and what would be the protocol of administrating it? So again, if you are trying to look for oil equivalent to point selection, that's not really kind of like how we create a blend. Okay, so if you're looking at the dynamics of what you did, that is, upon palpation, you found that there were these beams that was on the abdomen, right? Again, that comes from the Nanjing, right? The classic of difficult issues. In there, they describe 5 types of abdominal findings, right? Based on the 5-element theory. So you can have what they call Phi Qi, which is fatty qi, which is said to be an imbalance associated with the liver. And then you can have Liang Men, right? Or this idea of, I should say Liang Men, is Fu Liang, which means the hidden beam, which is associated with the fire element, with the heart. And then you can have the context of focal distension, Pi Qi, which is associated with the spleen. And then you can have what they call Xi Qi, which is the idea that when you palpate the abdomen, you notice that the patient starts to have some wheezing, right? Some panting. So there's some type of chest distress, which is obviously why it's associated with the lungs. And then lastly, as you palpate the abdomen, right, you can see that the patient's face gets flushed, or the patient begins to feel a certain level of anxiety, right, which is called bun tong, which is translated in English as running piglet qi. So these are 5 abdominal findings, a practice that was very common in early Chinese medicine. Right? By the time we get to the Song Dynasty and Neo-Confucianism begins to take hold of the Chinese culture, right, it was not that readily easy to touch someone's body. And as a result, right, abdominal diagnosis got replaced with tongue diagnosis. Right? So in the tongue, sometimes you see these type of beams, right, that gets formulated in the center of the tongue. So that would be the tongue finding equivalent to the abdominal finding, right, of the idea of Liang, right, which represents the beams that is being described here. So in this particular discussion, the person is describing that they use stomach 21, right, and distally they use liver 3, right, to help release these beams. So that means if you're looking for an essential oil blend, right, it's not going to be a blend that is going to go to stomach 21, because stomach 21 has many functionalities, right? It treats nausea, it treats distension, obviously local signs related to the stomach, right? But stomach 21 also, right, helps to treat throat beam, right, which is not related, right, anatomically to that point. So that's the reason why, you know, you don't want to say, oh, what oil goes with which acupuncture point, right? As much as we want to do that, then you currently have to find an oil that's going to treat all the energetics of that point. So rather, if it's about these abdominal findings that you find on the abdomen, right, and then they use liver 3, right, as Tai Chung, which we know that the beam is also considered one of the classical signs of Cheng Mai. So this is why I might rationalize the selection of points, right? And liver 3 is, right, a point that historically affects the Cheng, right? So let's say, right, if we're using this to address the beam, then you have to reframe it back that this is a finding associated with the heart, okay? Right, the heart, remember, attempts to connect with the kidneys, right? As having a hard time trying to connect from the chest region all the way down to the kidneys. So as a result, it's creating these tension, right, along the abdominal rectus muscle. Right, and these beams can be found when you palpate it. It feels like a chopstick. That's how they describe it in the old days, right? So like, you know, it's hidden. Then until you palpate it, you don't feel the chopstick. So as you feel this chopstick, right, its attempt is that it's trying to connect between the heart and kidneys. That's where you find it from the substernal region all the way down to potentially into the pelvic region. Sometimes the hidden beam can be one way of describing a hernia, right, or some type of protrusion along the way, okay? So in the Nanjing, they identify this as a heart imbalance. So that means what you want to do is look at oils that addresses the heart. Okay, so again, if we're looking at oils that address the heart, and we're looking at the context of it from a Western chemical composition perspective, then that would be geranol, which obviously by its name tells you is found in geranium. So you could use geranium, right, if you're using a chemical perspective, okay? I can also select, remember, right, of the oils that might have an effect directly, right, on the heart, right? So let's say you pick something like Tren Shin Lian, which is angiographis, right? That word itself, the name of the herb, I mean, I'm selecting based on the name of the herb. It means to penetrate the heart, lotus, even though it's not a lotus plant, right? So again, available, I just noticed that it's available from Evelyn's stock as Tren Shin Lian, which is angiographis. So that would be an example, right, of an oil that by its name, we know it's going to penetrate the heart. That name, right, in other words, has the word Shin in it. But we also know in Chinese medicine that any herb that has the word Lian, right, it's going to have an effect on the heart. Right, so again, right, let's say we have the oil of Coptis, Huanglan, which I don't believe they have that oil yet, right? That would be, or Lian Chao, which they do have the oil of, which is forsythia. So then you might use forsythia to help balance this heart imbalance. So that would be selecting oils based on the name, right? You can also, again, select the oils based on its functionality. Right, that means there's this clumping up of energy, right? And again, this is often seen in Chinese medicine that this band that you find, right, is really more of a qi stagnation than, let's say, blood stagnation, right? Because the bands can, even by massage, begin to dissipate. So because it's qi stagnation, you want oils that have the ability of regulating heart qi. Right, so again, that could be using oils like the German chamomile, which regulates liver qi as well as heart qi. Right, bergamot would be another example, or fatsao, right, the Buddha's hand, so citron, right, that could be another example, right, of a citrus, a top note, right, to help regulate that type of tension in that area. So there are many oils you could select from, and what I would, given now, just giving you different oils, have the patient smell it, right? If it resonates with them, right, then you could make a blend, right? Or if you, most likely, because your patients are usually attracted by your own vibrations, if it resonates with you, it usually resonates with them too. That's why a lot of time you have this transference of healing, right, that occurs, right, between patient and practitioner. right? And so that could be one of the oils that you might use. And then, of course, right, already the ones I suggested regulates the liver, right? Chamomile regulates the liver, right? That you could use. Forsythia, it's going to regulate the liver if you want to use that, right? The Lian Chow possibility. Now again, you can also say, well, let me use an oil that regulates the liver's qi. Right? Even the liver's qi, remember, in terms of abdominal finding, is you feel the abdomen, it feels normal, but as you start digging in, you find that there are little nodules, and that's what the fatty qi is. It's described as like a cup, right, that has been flipped over, right? So that, you know, when it's flipped over, you just feel the flat surface of it, but then when you touch the side, you can feel the actual, right, parameters or the circumference of that cup. That's why the little nodules that they call fatty qi, right? So in any case, right, you might want to use an oil that's mucolytic to give it some of that, maybe the qi, the hot qi, led to phlegm stasis. Right? And that's why you have this, you know, nodules that's in those areas. That'll be fatty qi. But if the fatty qi accumulates, it could become like border, and it could become a beam. So let me try to break that fatty qi up. So in general, remember things that are mucolytic are going to be oils based on chemical composition that has ketones in it. Right? Ketones are very mucolytic, right? In that regards there. Okay, so like, let's say again, this is, you want something that creates a direct or immediate effect. Rosemary, right, would be an example of something that has very high amount of ketones to help, right? Verbena would be the name of its ketone to break up some of that fatty deposit. Right? Other things, as we know, that's very good for breaking up fatty deposits are going to be oils that have a camphorous smell, a balsamic smell to it, right? So a lot of those are the needle oils, be it spruce, be it fir, be it juniper, be it pine, right? All of those are going to be useful for breaking up mucus and phlegm. So that could be based on smell that I'm selecting an oil, right? So you see there's so many ways that you can select oils, and the important part of it is that it's something that is amenable, right, or amicable, I should say, right, to the patient, right? That's going to be how you might create a blend, okay? The next question here is, is there an emotional component of yin fire that can be addressed with essential oils? Well, yin fire is an emotional component, right? Remember, yin fire is a specific term that was coined by Li Dongyuan, right, at a time where, right, Chinese philosophy was debating between the ministerial fire and the sovereign fire, right? The sovereign fire is, right, the heart, and the ministerial fire is the pericardium, right? So this is where we make a transition, right, and make the importance of the pericardium. Mainly because Chinese philosophers at that time, right, during the Song Dynasty, is the Neo-Confucianist movement. And in Neo-Confucianist movement, right, they began to change some of the concept that was associated with Confucianism, right? As some of you know, in Chinese culture, the emperor is the mandate of heaven, right? Now, right, they're going to change this a little, and they would say that the emperor serves humanity as the son of heaven, right, that the emperor serves humanity, and that humanity, right, is associated with the ministers of the court, because the ministers of the court, right, they have gone outside of the imperial palace. They know how people live. They are among the people, right? They took the civil service exam, they become magistrates, they return back to their principality, they know what are the lives of the people. So they really are good spokespeople for the people. So they are now really going to be, and if the emperor serves the people, the emperor needs to give greater attention to the minister. So the ministerial fire now philosophically becomes more important than the sovereign fire. Right? And that ministerial fire is represented by pericardium and triple heater, right? Because Chinese medicine, especially in the Song Dynasty, right, influences, right, by Chinese philosophy. Because in the Song Dynasty, right, the first two emperors, right, of the Song Dynasty were Chinese medical doctors. So now this philosophy is there. They have to adhere to that philosophy. And in that adherence, right, came the idea of the surgeons of the role of the pericardium over the heart. And so as a result, we become more biased. We use the pericardium more than the heart channel, right, at that junction in Chinese history. Now, because of that, all the medical doctors begin to try to understand what is this ministerial fire, what is the role of the pericardium, right, and the four great thinkers, right, because remember, this is not that much talked about in the medicine practice, right, at that time that was so popular. Right, the most popular medicine up to the Song Dynasty is the Shanghong tradition. And remember the Shanghong tradition, they don't really talk about, right, Jui Yin of the pericardium that much. In fact, most of the book emphasized on the yang stages, right, Tai Yang, Shao Yang, and Yang Mei. Right, 50% of the book is devoted, right, 70% of the book is devoted to those three stages, right? And then, you know, Tai Yin, Shao Yin, and Jui Yin, those are very minor, because by the time you get to those stages, they're usually more deadly. So there was not a lot of information of how to treat someone that's in the Yin stage. So the Shanglong doesn't really give us a lot of information. So then people have to come up with new information, and the new information becomes developing an understanding of triple heater relative to pericardium, a greater understanding of the role of Tai Yin, the spleen, right, to support the lungs, so that if you support the lungs, you couldn't even get an exogenous pathogenic factor because the lungs would be strong enough, Tai Yin would be strong enough to support Wei Qi so that things cannot really manifest into an internal pattern, right? So you see how people began to focus more on the Yin stages. And the four great masters began to come about. And one of these masters, to try to stand out, different from the earlier, right, clinicians, decided to use the word yin fire over ministerial fire, okay? And yin fire refers to, right, our fire, right, our enthusiasm, our, you know, sense of desires, right, to use the Buddhist term, right, that is so overwhelming that we don't know how to resolve those, right, desires, right, those emotions, right, those excitements. We don't know how to resolve it, right? And of course, from a medical point of view, right, those desires that are bad, that you don't know how to resolve, you bring it into a state of repression. So yin fire represents repressed emotions. So if you're looking at, and of course the Earth School, right, they obviously also use things like Coptis, Huanglian, right, to try to help, right, dredge, that's their term, right, the yin fire. Right? They don't use the word clear. They don't know what dredging means, that it's going to go downward, it's going to come out through your stools, it's going to come out through, right, your urination. Right? Dredging is a downward motion, which some schools of thinking will criticize that because fire goes up, it doesn't go down. So you're going against the nature of fire, right? So nevertheless, right, but what they're saying is, well, the fire is being held by yin. And you want to drain that yin to release that fire, yin goes down. And that's why we are dredging it and getting it to come out of the body, okay? So again, right, the context of clearing yin fire is the clearing that which is in the heart, right, that has, again, got contained by yin by the source. And that's pericardium 6, right? The low point, right, helps to dredge in their school, right, yin fire, right, very often used with Ren 13, right, with the upper, right, burner, because the upper burner, right, is where the heart is located, right? And we know respectively, Ren 12 is the middle burner, right, middle receptacle, right? Ren 10 is the entrance to the lower receptacle. So you have this Shang, Zhong, Huan. Huan means receptacle. And the upper receptacle is Ren 13, right? So that point of Ren 13, local point, and that point distally of Neiguan, right? Pericardium 6 to deal with what would have been ministerial fire now becomes yin fire. So this combination, right, is used to dredge, right, yin fire. Okay. Later on, Shudan Shi is going to borrow from that and says that, you know, remember I described that emotions are like food, right? It's like information, right? I interact with food, I ingest it, I maybe want to throw up, I don't want to ingest it, I digest it, then I eliminate it. So Shudan Shi is going to make this point combination for food stagnation, right? And we already know a very good correlation between the gut and the brain, the gut-brain idea, but also the idea of eating disorders very often is related to emotional causes, okay? So this is also a combination that's used for clearing food stasis, the combination of these two, okay? Now, if you have yin fire, which might mean that you have then obviously emotions, right? The fire, the emotions, that you cannot circulate, right? Because fire is the heart, and heart circulates the blood. I can't express it. I feel a lot of anxiety about the trauma I had in my life, but I can't express it. I cannot, remember the tongue, talk about it. So if you cannot exercise the heart, then you have to, begin to sublimate those emotions deeper into the body, and that's where the pericardium draws it in, right? And you need something dense to control something that is very young, right? And that density is blood, fluids, and jing, right? So it goes into, the lower, regions of the body, right? It goes into the lower burner, and that's why you need to dredge that out, and that's called yin fire. So if you're using essential oils to try to help dredge yin fire, already I mentioned, what are the possibilities? Any oil by name that have the word lian, it's going to clear fire. Any oils that have high amounts of aldehydes, Western chemical composition, are going to clear fire. So we have many, so this is by name, this is by Western chemical composition. And then also, you can look at it based on energetics that we talked about. Where we look at the energetics of a certain plant that's used in Chinese herbalism, and then is that a plant that's useful in herbalism to clear fire, okay? So, as I said, it could be lian chow, okay? It could be, again, maybe Tren Shin Lian. It could be among our different lians that we could use. And remember, the aldehydes are anything that has usually, with the exception of lemon essential oil, which has the smell because of limonene, anything that has a lemon scent to it usually has aldehydes, right? So Melissa, lemon balm, lemon myrtle, as I said, lemon verbena, lemon eucalyptus, all of these, lemongrass, all of these have aldehydes. So that could be among your blend, but this is only one part of the blend, okay? Because the Earth School would say, if we're gonna use yin fire, you're using our strategy, you have to understand our strategy, right? And the only reason why you have yin fire is because those emotions, you were not able to use cognitive therapy, right? It means your spleen was weak because the spleen controls cognition and thought, to come up with thoughts to help you control, to help you bank, to help you manage your emotions, manage the blood. Right? So it means that you probably have an underlying weakness, if not an insufficiency in the spleen. So it means that you have to also tonify, the spleen. And that again is represented in acupuncture by the use of that, which represents the middle burner, Ren 12, with the combination of stomach 36, right? So I'm also giving you points that you might apply, right, these blends into. So then means you want oils that tonify the spleen, if not at least strengthen the spleen. Right? And strengthening the spleen means that you want to get rid of the things that weaken the spleen. Right? Well, what are the things that weaken the spleen? Right? It could be the liver invading the spleen, so you might need to regulate the liver so that the spleen can, right, get stronger again. Right? So again, maybe an oil that has the ability of regulating liver and spleen, like citrus peel, right? Like fatsao, or maybe Qingpi, right? That would have that liver association to regulate that. That's why it strengthens the spleen, right? Maybe it's about, you have too much dampness, right? The dampness from, from doing overwork, right? To the Chinese population, you're working in the rice paddy fields a lot, right? Because most of us were farmers, right? So you have to pull up your pants, you're in cold water, right? You're tending to the rice crop, right? And a lot of times dampness seeps into the leg. They call that leg qi, right? Damp leg qi, right? But also, right, as the dampness seeps up into the limbs, right, it weakens the spleen, right? And you start developing some form of rheumatism or what we call damp cold B obstruction. And that's when we use something like Yi Yi Ren, right? Yi Yi Ren, right, strengthens the spleen by getting rid of damp B obstruction, right? So that's another herb, as we know, that strengthens that. Well, maybe, right, the reason why your spleen is weak is because the spleen and its child, the lungs, right, are not having good communication. Because I have diaphragmatic constriction, maybe coming from the liver, but maybe coming from the lungs itself, right? So I have this chest distension, right? And as I have this chest distension, it prevents spleen's ascension from distributing its qi to the forelimbs, right, to the rest of the body. And that would be across herbs like mushang, right, sauceria, right, that we use that strengthens the spleen and helps to get rid of some of this type of dampness, which I don't believe is an essential yet, right? But anyway, there is? Okay, so, right, so you could get mushang, right? That's the sauceria, right? A little different than the Aucklandia. So again, you might want to look at the species that it's getting from. Maybe it's from the fact that, you love to eat a lot of meat, right? So you come from these affluent families. You're not the farmers. You're the owner of the land that you have rented out, right, to the farmers to grow, right? So you have a lot of rent that you collect, and so you eat roast pig every day. You have your pork bellies every day. Yeah, all these fatty foods, and that makes the liver become congested, and then no longer regulates the spleen. So a lot of fatty things that you eat. So then you need something like sha ren, right? Cardamom, right? Sha ren, right? Remember, helps with food stasis, right? Eating too much, right? And of course, we all know spices cuts the fat, right? It helps to reduce, right, the dynamics of, right, fatty livers. So rudo kohl, myristica, nutmeg, right, cardamom, right, those would be things that strengthen the spleen as it helps also treat food stagnation. So all these are possibilities. So you have to look at, what is the clinical presentation. That means now you have something to strengthen the spleen, right, dredge yin fire, right. And the third part of the strategy of the Earth School in creating a blend, right, just that this would be, if you're focusing mostly in yin fire, this would be the high concentration, right, that you're going to use in terms of the oil, and everything would be secondary. Right? And I would still try to find a base, a middle, and a top note. So it means that my middle note, which is 50%, would be one of the lians. okay? And maybe my top note, right, would be one that regulates the liver's qi, and that could be, let's say, fu shou, right? The Sichuan, the Buddha's hand, okay? And then the third part, as some of you know, in the Earth School strategy is that you also need to engender gallbladder's qi, right? Because gallbladder allows us to grow, right? Gallbladder also makes the connection to the triple heater, the Xiao-Yang connection. Or you might say wood gives birth to fire, gallbladder giving birth to triple heater. And remember, right, I say you have thoughts, but that you make the choice, right, to make the thoughts that you will take responsibility for. And gallbladder, right, remember, it's about decision making, right? As then you can move forward. Once you make that decision, you can move forward. We know when someone is damp, they have a hard time making decisions, right? They have confusion, lawn. Right? So gallbladder has to be engendered. And the process of engendering gallbladder, right, in the old days, they would use sprouts, right, because that's represent things that's sprouting, right, to help, right, supporting cause Li Dongyuan likes to use, right, Sima Safuga, right, which is Xingma, and Buplorum, right, Chai Hu, right, Xingma to affect the spleen and stomach, Chai Hu to affect liver and gallbladder. So they still are working with the middle heater. So that would be how you might work with yin fire. So that would be like a blend with different choices, right, that you can select from, right, that will help you to complete the strategy of the Earth School, which involves the term yin fire. You can't just treat yin fire independent of the Earth School, because that's their, right, term. That's their thought process, right? So you have to follow their strategies in working that out, okay? The next question here is, what do you think about medicinal use of hydrosols, right? How do these compare with essential oils? Okay, so hydrosols, remember, is the water that's used in the steam distillation of an essential oil, right? So there's going to be some elements of the essential oil in suspension in that water, right? It's a milder form, right, of an essential oil, right, of the essential oil. So if you want something very gentle, hydrosols are usually very soothing for the skin, so they don't have that skin sensitivity that you might get when you just apply essential oil. So that would be useful for someone that you know tends to be very reactive to essential oils. You might use a hydrosol, okay? Hydrosols, because it contains essential oil and the water-soluble aspect of a plant, because remember it's the water aspect, right? And it's been steam distilled, right, usually for quite a long time. They're a little bit more powerful than an herbal decoction, right? So herbal decoction would be considered weaker than a hydrosol if you're taking it internally, that is, okay? Because we don't apply herbal decoctions, right? As you know, so hydrosols can be applied topically. But if you're taking a hydrosol and you're drinking a hydrosol, right, which has also some traces of essential oil, it's going to be more powerful than an herbal decoction, but weaker than an essential oil, right? So that would be how you might put that into perspective, right, within the context of the three, okay? It says, if I can speak more about the humanity root that I explained, Ku and Danshin and Renshin, what about Shashin and Shrinshin? I don't think I understand what is being said here. The word Shin, right, or Cham, right, again refers to a selected group of herbs that in Shennong's Bancha was recognized to help humanity to evolve spiritually. That's why the word itself refers to humanity root, okay? Sun Samel, right, looked at this information, right? Because Shen Nong's Ban Cao is before Sun Simiao. Right? Da Hong Jing, right, is the person responsible, right, for compiling Shen Nong's Ban Cao, recompiling it, right, into the current form that we use today, right? Shen Nong's Ban Cao. Okay, there are different translations of it in English. All right, so again, just be careful which translation you're reading, because later editions, they move the herbs around. Right, so if you're reading it where it starts with chrysanthemum, that's a later edition. Okay, all right, it obviously again begins with stones, and then from stones it goes into plants. So Da Hong Jing looks at this, and then the Da Hong Jing, of course, influences Sun Simiao. Okay. Da Hong Jing is the 9th generation from a tradition called the Shangqing tradition, and Sun Simiao is in the 11th generation of that. So Sun Simiao is a little after Da Hong Jing. Sun Simiao and his prescriptions were for 1,000 pieces of gold, right, or for emergencies, right. In that book, he creates the formula that we call Wu Shen or Wu Cham, right, decoction. And in there, he itemized these 5 particular humanity roots with them. And what I'm trying to say is that the humanity roots also represents a progression of realization, right? Ku Shen represents the idea that intrinsic in life is suffering. The word ku means bitterness, right? And Chinese use the same expression, right, that you use in the West. My life is bitter. Right? They use the same expression, right? And of course, we obviously know when they say something like that, means their life is not going the way they want it to go, right? They're suffering. So within that suffering, right, lies the possibility, right, of change, and that's alchemy, right? And that in both cases of suffering, it's because we either take on the path of the hero or the path of the sage or the saint, if you prefer that term, right? That's recognized by Sun Simiao as well as Da Hong Jing, because both of them were studying alchemy. Just as Sun Simiao is going to now be against stone alchemy, because a lot of the stones were being used by the emperors to live forever in their mind. And Sun Simiao says, this is poisoning the emperor, because the emperors don't cultivate. It's not like they're going to be celibate, they're going to have all these things to meditate. They don't do all that. They abuse all of that, right? Right, so instead of them taking cinnabar, it's going to be taking mercury, and that's going to poison them. So Sun Simiao influenced the imperial court that if you start doing alchemical elixir, it's punishable by execution. So people began to stop doing external alchemy, and this is a transition to internal alchemy. Okay, so he is very anti alchemy in terms of stone medicine when it's not being used properly. Okay, that doesn't mean that he doesn't use stones, because he writes a whole Materia Medica, right, where he adds stones to Shen Nong's Ban Cao, and that Materia Medica is going to become the Tang Dynasty Materia Medica, right? So but anyway, he says that we have cinnabar, which is someone who's trying to be a hero, and we have opiment realger, which is someone who's trying to be a saint, and then we have those who are going to try to not cinnabar. I'm sorry, that's his realger. Okay, and opiment, okay? And then we have the alchemist, which is Dan, right? And that is the cinnabar. So cinnabar is very interesting, right? You heat it up, it becomes liquid, right? There's some fumes that comes out of it, it also becomes gaseous, right? And then also it solidifies into a solid mercury, right? And if you can take the quicksilver, right, and keep working on it, right, it solidifies into a hardened cube of mercury, right, which some of you might have seen in alchemical traditions, right, still practiced in India today, where they sell, right, crystallized, right, cinnabar, right, so it has that silvery quality, and it's basically, right, like a stone. It's no longer a liquid, right, and anyway, right, the idea is that you can get rid of the suffering by changing your consciousness, and that's what cinnabar does. Or one might say, you have heavy metal poisoning in your brain, and you're going to become psychotic. You're going to change your consciousness, right? So we could put it in the toxic realm. But he basically says that one cultivates, one's going to have an alchemical change. But he says this is the basis of humanity, right? So this, right, recognizing that we understand the basis of humanity. And as I said, no matter how much you try to hold on to life, you cannot hold on to life, and that's the sandy root, right? That's the Sha Shin, right? Sha means sandy, right? No matter how much, right, there's the water character with the word shao, right? Some of you know that, right? Shao means lesser, right? You can't hold on to, right, the dynamics of, right, no matter how you hold on to water, you just can't hold on to it. And Shao Kahs is influenced by Zhuangzi, right? Some of you know that story, right? Right? You have a happy family, you have a good, you have kids, you have a wife, you have a happy marriage, right? You have a good job, right? You don't want anything to change, right? You're very content, right, in the current situation you're in. You have a nice home, right? Everything is wonderful. Right? And someone says, you know, can you get out of that? No, why would I want to get out of that if everything's comfortable? We don't want to change ourselves if life is very comfortable. And that's the Zhuangzi story, right? It's the story of the frog who lives in a well. He has all the flies coming in, all the things he can eat, jumps up on the top of the well, looks at the sunrise, look at the sunset, wonderful thing, jump back into the well, everything is well. And this turtle comes and visits with the frog, and I ask, where does the turtle come from? Well, it comes from the deep ocean. It's very mysterious there. There's a lot of things going on there. And even though when I swim, there's a lot of things I don't know. The frog invites the turtle in, it can't fit a shell into the well, because it's how small a well is in contrast to an ocean. And then the turtle asks the frog, why don't you come with me? He said, I'm not going to go with you. My life is so comfortable. Why would I want to change that? And that's the difference between being small and being big. Big is taking the risk. So the turtle in Zhuangzi represents the big, the ocean, and the frog represents the small, the well. Many of us are comfortable in our place. We don't want to take any risks, right? Because we feel everything is fine, right? But that's what, you know, life sometimes is about. You have to take a risk, right? To discover something greater. Not necessarily better, but at least it's different than what you've been doing. So that's the story. That's the sandy root. That's why Glatnia, Sha Shin, right, gets rid of the clutter, the phlegm, the mucus, right, in the lungs, right? I can't let this go. I want to hold on to this, right? You know, someone just scratched my car. Why? You know, that's terrible, right? Right, just someone, you know, I need to fixing in my house, right? But it was working really fine yesterday, right? So again, the idea of it is kind of like sand, right? It's always going to change. Sometimes it's on the shore, sometimes it turns back to the ocean. So that's the idea of the sandy root. And then you understand mystery. If the frog went to the ocean, that's mysterious. You jump into the river, you don't know what's there. Right? And you jump into the ocean, you really don't know what's there, right? So that's the mystery root. And according to Sun Tzu Mao, you take this formula and you cultivate, you meditate, right? You begin to understand your purpose in life, right? So it's a formulation that he created, right? So again, we don't have essential oils of all of these particular plants. And granted, even if you have it and you anoint yourself with these, it's not going to get you there unless you cultivate. So even he's clear, right? This involves cultivation, right? And so this is the dynamics of it. And again, if you know, these are just characters. This is the radical for the mountain, right? So you go up into the mountains, right? There's the 3 mountains because 3 gives birth to the merit of all things, right? So you go into the mountains. Right, and within the mountains, this person, right? That's what this represents. This person, you know. What you really have is, you know, this notion of kind of like a mountain terrain, and then you have these like roots that are growing in this mountain terrain, right? You find these roots, and again, it's 3 slashes, right, represent also water. Right, the 3 slashes also again represents all possibilities. So that's the word cham. Right, later people just use one, right, so that if I go to the mountain, I could find something that's going to make me become dai, right, big. Right, the turtle represents dai, the frog represents shao, small, petty, right? So I could go in the mountains and find something big, and again, right, we have those 3 lines. And that's the word shen, right? Because the word shen, right, rhymes with the word spirit. You see, that's why they use that. So this will help you. This is something tangible to help you discover something not tangible, the spirit. Mushrooms discovers the soul, but not the spirit, right? Reishi mushroom, ling zhi, right? Ling is the same ling that we've been talking about. That's the soul. But it's not the pronunciation of the word shen, right? Ren shen, ku shen. That phonetically is with the word spirit. That's why it's now elevated to be more important, right, than the so-called reishi mushrooms, okay? So that's the idea of that. Let's do one more and then we'll continue and then we'll finish up later with the other questions here. Is there a particular brand of essential oils that I would recommend? Not really, because if I am going to recommend, I'm going to be biased, right? So the brands that I recommend, right, before Evelyn was Original Swiss Aromatic, right? And what I mean by bias is because I know the owner, right? Kirk Schnauberg, right? Who's written a bunch of books on aromatherapy. He also runs an aromatherapy conference once a year. I don't know if he's running it now, but since COVID, a lot of things stopped. But he runs an aromatherapy conference in San Francisco. And I know him. I've talked in his conferences, and he is the one who emphasized on chemotypes. Right? He's the one that says you could pick the same species and extract the oil, but because of the geography, the time that it's been harvested, the time it's been extracted, that the chemical composition is going to be different. All right, so that's why he emphasized that, you know, when you look at the oil, like, you might have to chemotype it. All right, so he does a lot of, he's into the chemotyping concept. And again, he's written a bunch of books. Right, medical aromatherapy is one of his books, which means internal ingestion. So, and he, in our conversations, right, tells me that he really sourced high quality blends. So that's one, right. I live in New York, and there's a woman who I met many years ago. She used to be a prisoner guard at Rikers Island, right, so a correction officer. And she got tired of doing that, and she got interested in essential oils. So that is known as Sunrose Aromatic, because her name is Roseanne. But I think she's retired now, so I don't know if she even still have a company, but that used to be known as Sunrose Aromatic. So I'm giving you my biases. And she feels that consumers should get the cheapest but the best that she can offer. So her oils are, relatively speaking, inexpensive and of relatively good quality, okay? And then of course you have Alchemica Botanica, right, which is Evelyn, right? And she's written a book on the essential oils, right, that of Chinese herbs, right? In other words, of herbs that are used in Chinese medicine, because they're not really Chinese herbs, right? They're herbs that's used in Chinese medicine, right? And so she has sourced, and through her efforts, found a lot of essentials of herbs that we use in Chinese medicine that are not so readily available. Like she just showed me 3 today. She has the essential oil of Bugong, which is dandelion, taraxacum, the essential oil of viola, right, the zicou di ding, which again is a very important oil that helps to work with the heart, right, and also Trenshin Lian, andrographis. right? So she's always sourcing and trying to come up, and she obviously has the essential oil of ginseng, of astragalus, of atracalotus, right? And so I don't look at her website, so it's hard for me to keep up with what some of her new oils and what have you, okay? So, and that, of course, gives us a greater opportunity of working with plants that we have studied in Chinese herbal medicine. So that's another, right? So definitely, if you study Chinese herbal medicine, this is a brand that I recommend because you have access to essential oils of Chinese medicine, and she tries to find as much CO2 extraction. CO2 extraction are going to be closer in property to what is mentioned in the Materia Medica, right? Because remember, you want something, because Chinese medicine is more about decoctions. So it's about herbs that are put into water and the property of those herbs in the water as you drink it, right? So you want something that was extracted in a similar way, right? While CO2 is gas extraction and steam distillation is water extraction, those are going to be closer to Chinese herbal medicine than, let's say, if I'm using a solvent, right, for extraction, or I'm just using enfourage, pressing the peel and getting the oils. That's not going to be the same, right? Or then we would just take citrus peel and just chew on it, and that would be the medicinal thing. But they say, no, you decoct it. So that's different. Okay, so these are the companies I recommend. All right, so the last part of our topic that we have to explore with all of you today, right, is the idea of the mental, right, faculties. So if you're looking at the earth element, right, which is the yi, right, we already mentioned that the yi, right, deals with focus and concentration, right? So there's one aspect of the shin, that's why the heart is in that character, right? One aspect of the mind, but it's the aspect of the mind that is involved with concentration and focus, right? Which again, we see in people that might have dyslexia, or people that have attention deficit, or hyper, right, activity disorders, or people that have mental, right, cognitive disability, right? This is, the spleen is what we are trying to work on, right? We're trying to strengthen that part of the mind that deals with focus and concentration, okay? However, right, the mind, as we know, has many faculties, right? And so again, in some books of Chinese medicine, right, they offer a 5-element correspondence to different mental faculties. Right? And they would argue, like a creation cycle, right, that to have a mind is to first have sensation and perception. That means you have to sense something before you can even reflect on something, right? And once you reflect on it, then you have a perception of it. And that's wood. So sensory perception, right, is associated with this idea of wood, right? And wood, the liver, remember, right, travels into the brain, into D20, to process all of these different stimulations that comes into your consciousness. That's why it's the convergence of 100 different things, right, just as a unit, right, Bai Hui, 100 convergences, right, so a lot of things, right, that you could be sensing, right? Right now you can sense hundreds of things. Just that right now you're using the cocktail approach and you're just putting your concentration on what I'm talking about instead of sensing the air conditioning noise, sensing, the color of the room, the sensation of what you feel on the rug and all these different things, right? So once you have sensory perception, you can take that perception and you can imagine, right? You can expand upon that expression, that perception. Right? And that's called imagination, okay? So sensory perception allows us to have imagination, or you might say creativity, and that's the fire element, right? The fire element expands upon the wood, and allows you to have, daydreaming. You can imagine yourself sitting on a dragon and ascending toward heaven, right? As you sometimes read these Taoist texts, right? When someone becomes realized, right? I can imagine, right, transformations of this and that, right? So imaginations, right? You can imagine it, you can create it, right? And then, right, you need to be able to have a holding space, right, for these activities. And that holding space is memory, right? Again, we differentiate memory, short-term, long-term, but now within this model, right, memory belongs to the earth, right? Keep in mind, right, there's different models, and as a result of different model, sometimes students of Chinese medicine get confused. That's why you always have to look at it in relationship to where that model comes from. It's just like the idea of yin fire. You just can't say, how do I treat yin fire? You have to know the model that created the concept. So memory, right, is associated with the earth element, and that's why the word memory has the radical for the heart, right, and the character for yi, right? This is the Chinese character, right, for memory, right? So you see that earth element connotation there. All right, with memory, you can have learning. I could sense, but I don't have to learn. I could let go of my senses. In fact, that's the Taoist approach, to go backwards. Right? Unlearn what you have learned. Let go of your memory. Let go of the imagination. Let everything go. Right? They call that sitting and forgetting. Right? So they're going in the reversal of the 5-element theory. Okay? But memory allows you to have cognition. Right? Right? Cognition means you have reason. Right? You have structure, which is very mental. Right? Right? You have rationale, right? Which is very mental. Right? But, right, you can also surrender, right? Instead of trying to organize everything, just let it all go and allow yourself to trust your own feelings and your thoughts. And that's called intuition, which is like worry, right? Worry, right, is, remember, a subcategory of thinking, right, and grief, right? You think that's going to turn out wrong. So that which is created by earth and by metal, tie-in, is intuition, right? Or commonly they put it under just the idea of metal, just like worry, they put under metal, right? But it really comes with, right, intuition means that you have a premonition, maybe, right, based on something, right? So it seems to come out from a memory back, wait a minute, I think I've been here before, right? But you've never been, right? You've never been there before. So something is intuitively telling you you've been there, and this is maybe why you might believe in the idea that you might have existed in another lifetime that allow you to have been here before. Right? Have you ever had that experience, right? Where you have this almost like serendipity feeling, right? That you've been somewhere, even though you know you've never been there, at least in this lifetime, but it seems so familiar, right? So kind of like that. So there's like an intuition, but I know that this is where the next street is going to be. I know where this house is going to be, right? I had that feeling when I was in Assisi, in Italy. The doctors were with me, because in Italy you have to be a doctor to do acupuncture, and we went there on the trip, and I kind of knew where everything was. And I never been to Assisi, so there was a feeling of a deja vu, right? That everything seems to be like if I lived here before. Okay, so that gives you a sense of maybe there is such thing as past life for those of us who don't believe in it, right? And then finally, right, you have the mental faculty that is involving with having trust, having faith, right? So these are the mental faculties that are, right, because what you learn, you trust, right? What cognition, you trust that this is what you learn, right? You have faith that this is going to work. You have faith that this oil blend is going to work, right? That's a mental faculty, right? If you're always doubtful, which sabotages trust, then you cannot, right, be giving formulas, right? You're going to be always afraid, right? That means certain emotions will come out of that, right? So these are called right, respectively relating to 5-element theory, how each one creates the other, right? And so we can also then, right, look at helping someone who might have sensory, right, deficit, right? I'm starting to have, right, the inability, I have neuropathy. I touch this, I don't know what it is. I'm starting to be blind, I can't see what that is. Right? Because not only are these going to be diminishing sensory, it also diminishes mental faculties. Because these things allows the mind to grow, or the mind to, at least you might say, evolve. So we also need to, and remember, once you have these, right, I could sense something that I don't know, so then it creates the feeling or the emotion of fear, right? So in other words, they generate emotions. I could perceive something, I can't see it, so all I'm doing is touching it. It's long, it's kind of like feels like it moves, right? Am I touching an elephant trunk? Am I touching maybe a snake? Or am I touching a rope? Right? I don't see it, I don't know what it is. Or I was tactile, I'm trying to figure out what I'm touching. Well, my God, if it's a snake, I'm going to be maybe afraid. If it's an elephant trunk, well, what's your perception of it? Maybe I get onto the trunk and let it swing me back and forth. I don't know what your perception is, right? So your perception, right, gives you the imagination of what you can do with it, right? And of course, imagination, sometimes, right, imagination, remember, is the idea that you perceive beyond reality, right? Sensory perception is perceiving this reality. Imagination is going beyond this reality. Can you fly? Well, no, I can imagine I can fly, right? So you would say that's going beyond reality, right? That's imagination, okay? But without going beyond realities, we would not have discoveries, right? We would not have these insights that allows, that's why imagination is also about insights, right? Instead of looking out, I'm looking in. It's about not only, again, sensory, I don't want to suggest it's only eyes, I could be hearing things, right? Pathologically, I hear voices and they say, oh, you're just imagining it, right? I see that. No, you're just imagining it, right? You don't see that. I don't see it, right? Because this is our reality. You're going beyond our reality. That's why we say, oh, you have schizophrenia. You broke from reality, right? And that's why we have to treat the heart, the fire element, right? When someone breaks from reality, okay? And so, right, but this is also how someone becomes a psychic, right? They go beyond this reality. Right? We don't know what you're bringing back is true. You call yourself a medical medium, right? A medical intuitive, right? We don't know what you're saying is correct, right? Unless we use our mental faculty of just simply trusting you, okay? So that's a fire component. And of course, right, it can cause certain emotions to take place, right? Memory, of course, right? You have bad memories, you have good memories. You have memories that are very fearful. That's why you don't want to go there. Right? It's called trauma. Right? And then cognition, right? Structure, right? Which relies a lot on memory that you build, like building block. You build upon that so that the chi is organized. The chi knows which way to go. This is the path. Don't go out of the path. Follow that trajectory. That's how chi flows. So it has a structure in it. And then finally you have trust. Okay? So if someone comes to us and they have a mental illness, right? Those mental illnesses could be relating to sensory perception, right? So again, that would be like neuropathy, right? In terms of us somatizing it, right? Right? There is some type of neurodegeneration taking place, okay? There's degeneration in my visual field. My optic nerves is degenerating. Some of us with COVID, right, continues to lack the ability to smell, right? So the olfactory bulb might have been perhaps, right, due to oxidative stress, right, begin to burn and destroy the neurons, and as a result, we lack the feedback system, right, the sensory system. So neurodegeneration can take place, okay? So again, we're looking at these type of sensory decline. Right? Again, it could be somatic. Right? I can have numbness in my feet, numbness in my hands, which is still a sensory because that's tactile. Right? I can have blindness, deafness, right? The inability to smell, the inability to taste. That's all part of the sensory perception. Because without sensory, you can't have perception. Right? One creates the other. Right? And once you have sensory and perception, then it teaches you how to somatically move. Right? I sense this is hot, I'm going to keep my hands away from that, right, object. Right? I sense this is very, very soothing, I'm going to want to keep caressing that object. Right? So that's the somatic context that we have with that. Okay, so and again, this is related to wood, and we could see, right, wood and wind. Because a lot of times, right, in somatic symptoms of wood, we have these ideas of, right, neuropathy, numbness, radiating pain, sharp pain. You know, right, something is firing, right, maybe because it's being scorched, it's being burnt. We call that liver fire, stirring up wind. Right, so we have these different patterns relating to that. So when we look at oils, okay, the other thing, okay, so we have this mental faculty. And remember, the mental faculty, like the emotions, right, is based a lot on your temperament, of what person feels, right, reacts in a very wood way. What person also thinks in a certain way, right? We already know a wood person, right? Not only are they sensing and perceiving, they want to know what's next, right? There's this sense, right, that they are mentally orientated to keep being very central, right? To keep wanting to experience different things. That's why they like to experience new things, right? New ideas, right? And if they happen to do it with many things, then they become fire, right? Because, you know, that's part of the wood quality, right? They're all over the place, you might say, right? And this spleen, which is overall the mental faculty, just like we say emotions is liver, right? And then both of these has to communicate their thoughts, their feelings to the heart, which is language, which is speech, that these are all, remember, supported by your kidneys in terms of your temperament. Okay, so this is how we're going to make the bridge, right? That sensory, right, mental activities that relates to the liver and spleen, which we know relates to blood, right, share, as well as the heart, which contains the shen, right? But the shen, right, needs the jing, the kidneys, to be able to have these particular type of identity or expressions or demeanor. The kidneys represents the hormonal system, because the jing is supported by the ye, right? So just like the shen is supported by the blood, the jing is supported by the ye. Okay? And the ye, of course, right, is that idea that is, remember, produced by the stomach, right? The jing ye, the thin and thick fluids. The thick fluids, right, as we know, has a pure aspect and a turbid aspect, right? The pure aspect goes to the zong fu, right? So it goes to the organs that is already being visited by the essential qi of the triple heater, right? And triple heater already, remember, quantifies, right, which zong organ gets most of the essential qi. So when wood gets most of it, you are a wood person, right? You still could be other people because it also goes to all the other zong fu. So it's not like you cannot be anyone else. But by choice, you decide this is who you want to be, right? So it goes, and then the yeah supports that from aging, it supports it from declining, and the yeah can also support other, right, organs that you have neglected. So this yeah, right, can also begin to change your personality by also supporting areas that have very little essential chi, but postnatally it's going to give it more, right, of the acquired, right, essential chi, so that you become more of that. Okay. Now the second aspect is that the turbid aspect goes to the brain, right? It goes to the spine, it goes to the bone, it goes to the marrow. So it goes to the curious bowels, right? Like, again, things that now we can make the correlation, right, with the brain, and how Western medicine would make that correlation with the mental faculties, right? Especially like the frontal brain, dealing more with the idea of learning and cognition and focus and so forth, in contrast to the more primitive brain that's in the lower part of the body and of the skull, right? So that means to affect the mental faculty, we can definitely affect it through the hormones. And already we know, right, during certain phases of hormonal changes, right, certain mental activity begins to become more prevalent, right? When you're a young child, right, before you got organized and said, no, that is not, right, this is the pen, this is the cup, right, oh, cup, no, this is, right, a pen, right? You begin in your early childhood, right, you have, right, different type of, oh, pen, no, that's not a pen, right? So you're constantly being educated, and when certain hormones are low, you will not be able to receive that education, okay? So the hormones, remember, that help you to retain, right, information is going to be the pancreas, right? Pancreatic enzymes helps to convert things, right? Not only in terms of food that we think of, right? But also helps to convert information. That's why it's associated with that idea of memory, because through that you can have learning, right, context with it, okay? So we look at the thymus, right? Thymus, remember, right, not only is it associated with the immune system, right, that means it's able to sort out, like the lungs, right, what is, the things that is, right, real and what are the things that is not real, right? That's your rationale, right? So it tries to maintain structure of your body in terms of what's real and not real, okay? So that means, again, if you are having a hard time organizing, you're a very disorganized person, right? That could be a thymus, and disorganization of the thymus means a immune system that is very disorganized, which can be autoimmunity, right, or immunodeficiency as well, right? So we could put it into somatic languages. So you want to use essential oils that have the diterpenes or the triterpenes, right, to help you manage this, right, context of the kidney supporting the spleen. That sometimes is represented in acupuncture by kidney 2 traveling to spleen 8, right, distally speaking, or the kidney yang from the kidneys traveling into the spleen, right, locally, right, through, right, the kidney bring as yang out through the bladder, Ren 3, right? And as it brings this, right, energy out to the bladder at Ren 3, the moot point is able to, right, connect with the spleen, right, which then connects with the liver, right, the 3 yin leg channels, right, the Ren 3, right, idea, right? And again, Ren 3, remember, helps you to balance between what is right and what is wrong, what is to separate the pure from the turbid. It's right at the middle of the circle, Zhongji, the middle, my polar axis that we see. So among the oils, right, that we know already that has ability to have, in other words, if again, I'm using Western right, attributes, right? You want oils that have diterpenes in it, okay? And diterpenes are going to be found, right? You already use it, right, for someone who's going through a hormonal deficit. Right? It's called menopause or andropause, and that's the chasteberry, right? That's the vitex, 蛮镜子, right? That we use, right, when someone has these hormonal fluctuations, right? Right? The vitex, right? 蛮镜子, which again is available as an essential oil. So 蛮镜子, right, while it might help to balance the hormones, it's also helped to strengthen mental faculties, right? So if I'm having mental decline, maybe again, right now, right, you could then use a catalyst to bring it to the wood. So I have sensory decline. I'm starting to go blind. Right? I'm starting to, right, due to hormonal decline, right, which naturally occurs due to aging, right, because the jing begins to decline with aging. Right? You're starting to lose your hearing. You're starting to lose your sight, and maybe pathologically, you have cataracts or glaucoma. Right, or maybe you start to develop retina detachment or macular degeneration, what have you, right? So you also want to direct something to the wood, right? But anyway, you have my 蛮镜子 vitex, forsythia, right? This is where, right, 连翘, right, forsythia, right? And this is where the essential oil is different than the herb. The essential oil of forsythia actually has hormones, has diterpenes in it. Right? And as we all know both of these herbs we know from our study of Chinese medicine are useful, right? 蛮镜子 is useful for wind heat, right? And forsythia is useful for both wind heat and internal heat. So in other words, it's about the depletion, right, or the degeneration due to oxidative stress or due to heat, right, would be the Chinese way of saying that, that causes, right, decline, right, in these neuron functioning, right? So the heat burns up the yin, and as we become yin deficient, right, we all know yin deficiency usually tells us that there's some type of sensory decline. Liver yin deficiency, my eyes are starting to decline. Kidney yin, ears are starting to decline. Right? Your teeth begins to get loose and all these different, right, associations, okay? But this heat can also cause, right, us to have, right, imaginations that are beyond reality, right? I can also become schizophrenic, right, because of a tremendous amount of heat, right? Or you might say as it goes and it burns the brain, it scorches the brain. So, right, and of course, right, so we have a few essential oils that I want to highlight. Vitex is probably the easiest one because some of you are already familiar with it in terms of chasteberry, right, which is useful for hormonal type of deficits, okay? Goji berries, right? The essential oil of goji, right? Goji berries, as we know, nourishes liver blood. So specifically for sensory, because wood, for sensory decline, right? But as an essential oil now, right? So it's not as an extract, it's not the herb itself, it's the oil of, right, lycium, right, berries, right? Goji berries, right? So when you have 九字子, 蛮镜子, right? Right? 九字子, which is lycium berries, right? That's also going to be very useful for building the hormones, right? And you might say indirectly through blood, right? Some clinicians feel the best way of working, right, with the right, with the hormones is to work with the blood because blood contains the shen, right? So at least it's going to address some of the emotional issues, right, rather than the mental issues, which is going to be more the yin of the organ rather than the blood of the organ, right? Which again, right, another way of saying that is the yeah of the organ, okay? We also have, right, selenium, right, mononary, which is the, what's that, 斜窗子, right? 斜窗子 is, again, right, it's a plant that snakes likes to sleep in. That's why I say this is, the snake's bed. Right, so wherever you find selenium, just be a little bit more cautious that there might be snakes sleeping in there. It's kind of like catnip. Right? All the cats like to go out for it. This is an herb that snakes likes to hang out with. Okay, so but the cost, right, and the cost, right, is going to, right, mimic the energy also of the snake. As some of us know, right, it tonifies kidney yang, so adrenaline. Right, someone who needs stamina. Right, kind of like the essential oil, right, as this poor substitute for cordyceps, right? Right, because cordyceps really is not, it's a fungi, right? It's a little different than the idea of this. But this, and as some of you know, right, it's also like Viagra. For those of us who have erectile dysfunction, of those of us who have kidney yang, right, dysfunction. So, and of course, it's also used for skin problems and what have you, right? So, Selenium montanari, right, affects the adrenal glands and gonadal function, right? And that, again, it's going to be important, especially right, when you feel that you don't have trust, kidney, but you don't have faith, right? Because you don't feel that you can overcome the obstacles, right? Right, that's what you need. A big part of success as an athlete is they trust and they have confidence, right? Confidence in that they are able to do it, right? And so that's where the Sichuanzi might come into play. It helps to boost up testosterone, right? Adrenaline, right? Gonadal, right? Function. So that's another one of these, right? Oils that's going to have the hormonal effect, right? As I mentioned already, you have also forsythia, right? Lianqiao, right, has that, right? Fennel is another one, right? Xiao Hui Shang, right, would be among some of these essential oils that we can work with, right? So again, right now I'm focusing primarily on the three leg yin channels: kidneys, liver, and spleen. Okay, that's what I'm focusing primarily on, because again, when you work with that, that's going to work a lot on the mental faculties. Right? Not to saying that the other things are not important, but right now we're talking about the soul and we're talking about mental, emotional, and we want to affect the blood, which is the Shen, and affecting it through the Ye, and these are some of the candidates that we can select from for that purpose. Already, many of you from the other class, right, from our class yesterday, that is, right, already know the other hormonal are the semi-precious florals, right, the jasmine, the rose, right, these have been known to increase, right, egg, right, motility, as well as egg morphology. So you have, again, infertility, right, gonadal function. So again, kidney, liver, right, function. Right, in terms of its shape, right, morphology, kidneys in terms of the mobility, right, or motility, right, that would be the liver, right? So that would be the use of rose, right, 玫瑰花, right, or 茉莉花, right, the jasmine, right. Right, or as I said yesterday, the one where you have the jasmine flower that has a lot of petals on it, right? And that's the qi li xiang, right? So you have all these different types of semi-precious ones, right, that one can use, right? Maybe again, right, shui xian, the water immortal, which is narcissus, right? Narcissus is very strong, so you have to really cultivate working with that oil, okay? It could be toxic for some people, right? And that's shui xian in Chinese, right? The water immortal, paper whites, okay? So these are some of these, right? If you ever forget, just think of the semi-precious flowers. Orange blossom, neroli, right? Jasmine, rose, right? Lavender is not considered a semi-precious floral, right? Because again, that's why it's not that expensive compared to rose and what have you, okay? Okay, so you have that, right? So what you're doing is you are, right, using something, so in your blend, you're going to support, right, the yeah, right, that is manufactured by the stomach, that went to the small intestine, and from the small intestine went to the bladder. That's our REN3 idea. And from there, it can go into the kidneys to support, right, Jing Qi, the essential Qi. Okay? And we talked about different type of oils that you can use for that purpose. Second consideration, right, is that you work with the mental faculty, right, that is having some type of issue, okay? Now, if you don't know which one, then obviously you just work with the yi, right? So again, I'm just going to keep on using, right? So they would, technically you would use the word nourish the yeah, right? And you would say strengthen, fortify, tonify the spleen, right? Because if you don't know which mental faculty, you always begin working first with the spleen. That's our kidney, spleen, right? Kidney 2, spleen 8 type of functionality, right? So you support the spleen. But if you do know, right, which mental faculty, then you will use the oil to affect what? Liver, right? And that, remember, is sensory perception, which will definitely affect motor activity. If someone is having problems with being either unimaginative or excessive imagination, right, very often they might suffer both, right? They're imagining, there are all these dragons in this room, right? So they obviously first have to sense that there are dragons. They have to be able to know that they're dragons. That's the perception. And then they are having a lot of imaginations about that. And that would be, right, heart being affected by the liver, right? But that's imaginations, right? So usually the combination of the two is called schizophrenia, right? You break from reality and you're hearing things that other people don't hear. You're seeing things that people don't see, but it's harming you, right? Because a lot of us see things, but we don't tell people that we do, right? So we're not going to be institutionalized, right? So, but here it's harming others, and there might be a threat to yourself, right? So, you know, and that's going to be imagination, okay? Spleen, remember, right, is memory glitches. So you're starting to suffer from Alzheimer's, right? And that, remember, is like you get so frustrated, I'm angry, I know what that is, I just, you know, you start getting mad, right? When you have early stages of Alzheimer's or dementia, right, you get very frustrated that you can't, so that's the emotion that the mental faculty cannot conjure up, right? And that's, remember, memory. So you have memory, right, loss or memory glitches. That means you pick an oil that specifically works with the spleen, right? That spleen is very easy to remember, right? The kinds of oils that work with the spleen are things that basically are the digestive spices. Okay, so anise, coriander, right, oregano, you know, tarragon, rosemary, things that you use in the kitchen, condiments, right? All of those will affect the spleen, right? So even though they're spicy, right, they help to deal with turbidity, right? Right, so they're helping to drain that dampness, right? That's why we use spice to help expectorate phlegm and all that stuff, right? So that's an easy one to remember in terms of essential oil. It's the spices that we work with, right, in that context there, right? Imagination that becomes out of hand, right? Again, if we're working, right, you're going to try to ground that person, right? You want to ground that person, and that's going to be the root oils, right? Vetiver would be a very powerful one, right, for someone who's having hallucinations, right? Or someone who's very anxious, and being anxious, you know, you start thinking, oh, this is that's almost like you're imagining the worst, right? That's the anxiety, right? So imagination, right, can create anxiety, right? Especially you're imagining things that is going to happen. Oh, this person's going to get hit by the car. This person's going to get a mug. It's very late at night. Why isn't this person home? I'm calling them. They don't answer. I'm all worried because you're imagining the worst. So it generates the emotion of worry. So you have to ground that person. You use some type of root to help ground that person. Okay? And if someone has sensory perception issues, right, or they have a lack of sensory perception, you want to help stimulate that, that's going to be the wood oils, right? Most popular, cedarwood and sandalwood, right? So those are going to be very good for sensory perception, right, issues that's there. Sandalwood especially very popular in Chinese, right? Because the idea of sandalwood is, they light it on the altars so that you can perceive the divine. You can sense the divine, right? It's allowing you to heighten your sensory perception so that when you meditate, you can feel more. That's why they use wood, right? To help you to grow in that way, right? So that's that idea, okay? We're looking at my structure, right? So cognition. So if someone has cognitive learning disability, right? Then you want an oil that works on the lungs. And the lungs, again, is a very easy one. It's oils that has that balsamic smell, right, to it, right? It refines, right? Balsamic has a refining smell. Things like Long Now, right? Styrax, Borneo, right? They have that very balsamic-like smell. Okay, another way, right, that something that's very balsamic would be Eucalyptus globulus. Right, so in particular that species, right, or Eucalyptus dives, or Eucalyptus polybractea, right, so all these, right, eucalyptus, there are many species of that, so there's a lot of different oils of eucalyptus useful for that. And then kidneys, right, remember it's about trust, it's having faith, right, it's having confidence, right. And again, as a general rule of thumb, right, just so that you could think of something, right, those are going to be kidneys, right, yuan qi, seed oils. Right? Some of them happen to be spices too, right? That's why they trust, right, what they have learned, what they have, right, that they've done this before, I trust I could do it again, because the memory have shown you, right, what it is. Okay? And you rely heavily on trust and memory, right, collectively, right, and what it is that you do in life. So seed oils, right, angelica seed, right, would be an example of that, right. So again, Wu Weizi, right, the Susandra, which really is a fruit, but anyway, right, that's fruitus Susandra, not semen Susandra, but right, that would be another example of something, right, that works with that. So again, that's the second part of the strategy, working with mental, right, faculties, okay? So we're going to take a short break at this point. When we come back, we'll finish up on the other two remaining treatment structures for helping someone with mental illness, okay? So we'll do that. Okay, let's continue our discussion. We have quite a few questions here, so there are two more part of the strategy that I need to cover. So in working with someone that has mental illness, be it again some type of sensory deficit, learning disabilities, someone who is schizophrenic, or who have hallucinations, delusional, right, in terms of imagination, or someone who again may be starting to have memory decline, right, or someone who has a lack of confidence, and as a result of that lack of confidence or trust or faith, they tend to be very timid, very shy, and they tend to basically isolate themselves from doing too much activity from the world. Right? So these are all part of the mental faculties. So the first thing you want to do is you want to support basically their kidney yin and their kidney yang to support the spleen. Right? That's the idea of the kidney 2 and spleen 8 from an acupuncture perspective of helping the person to be able to receive the world, right, in terms of food and drinks, if it's more in relationship to things that are material, to be able to process, right, those food and drinks, just like you process information through the mental faculties. So what we're doing is we're supporting, right, the idea of the stomach, right, through the small intestine, to the bladder, to support the hormonal aspect, which would be thought of kind of like kidney yin. And we looked at all these different types of hormonal oils that you might use, and there's more than that, right? For example, clary sage, those are all going to have, right, these diterpenes in them as well, right? And then maybe secondary to that is maybe, as I said, using blood to support that. So it could be angelica, dongui could have been selected instead of the goji berries and what have you. Right, once you support the kidney yin, to give the yin to hold on to the kidney yang so that there is a certain amount of conversion from yang to yin, or yin to yang, in this case yin to yang. Then the yang is able to support, right, our mental faculties, to support the spleen. And then, as I said, you select oils, right, that will respectively support different aspects of the mental faculties. Now, sometimes these things do not work, right, mainly because, right, there are things that is weakening the spleen, right, and we talked about that, right, the things that weaken the spleen, right, historically speaking, is dampness. Right, dampness can come from being exposed to dampness, so it's environmental dampness. It could be, right, coming from, right, dietary dampness. It could be due to your relationship with the society that you're living in, that they do not offer you the opportunity for growth, right, mentally speaking. So, and of course, when we think of this idea of dampness, we think that dampness becomes the precipitating factor, right, that leads to parasites, right? So parasites, right, as we know, can cause also changes in our mental faculty. At a time where Chinese medicine believed, right, in the existence of ghosts, right, they believed these ghostly, right, hauntings, right, that comes when you're fearful, kidney is weak, you're fearful, right, and because you have fear, it's no longer supporting the spleen, so then if it can't support the spleen, you cannot process things that come into your body, and it begins to linger like dampness do in your body, and that becomes, right, something that is parasitic, right, they become a host to your body. Remember that word ju, right, that we just translate as host, that is a part of the word for jing, right? The word qing, remember, has that part of the character host. So we cannot purify, we cannot clear, right? So you also then, in working with mental disorders, right, given how thick the coat might be on the tongue, right, given again that they might have undigested food, that means they're not able to process things properly, right? So there might be some somatic symptoms that correspond to the mental symptoms right? Given that coat is not on the tongue but on the eyes, so they have cataracts building up. They have dampness, pressure in the eyes. They have glaucoma, right? Putting pressure on the optic nerves, causing you to see, right, in a mannerism that is not allowing you to properly see. Or maybe you have clouds, right, what we call screens, right, in the eyes, right? Those screens is the Chinese term, right? We call jiang, right? And those screens, right, jiang and yi, right, is the term, right, are floaters, right? That might take place in the eyes. Maybe your ears have a lot of wax in it. So there's a lot of turbidity in the sensory orifice, right? So again, right, maybe the nature of the parasite, the nature of the goo, is that it wanders around and moves around. And as a result of it moving around, right, it can, right, cause us to have very scattered, right, in terms of any one of those mental faculties, scattered thoughts, scattered memories, right, scattered perceptions, right, scattered imagination, right? So a lot of times mental illness in the old days, right, was also thought of that's related to parasites, gu, right, or gui, gu, chong, right, shi, tan, phlegm, right? All of these were intricately related, right? Gu, of course, refers to, right, the word chong, which is this character here, right, chong, that has now gone into a vessel. We talked about that, right, the other day, right? Oh, this is the word gu. Right, gui, right, would be the ghost, right? That's going to be this character, right, that we see, right? That means your feel, right? We talked already about the tian, right? Your mind, which is like a field, right, that you harvest, that you grow, right? That field has been punctuated. Something has gone into that field, right, and it's affected you, right, the person that you are. And remember, you have that little radical that we saw for the word shin, right, for the word ginseng, right, kushin. This radical is the radical for the Chinese character shan, which means mountain, right? So usually, right, the idea in the old days is that you're working in the field, right, and as you're working in the field, something puncture, right, you from the field. In the old days, they often thought of that as some type of chong, some type of insect, right? So again, you got bitten by, in this modern days, maybe by a tick, right? Maybe in the old days, right, you know, you have these few rodents, right? And these few rodents carry fleas on their body, right? Remember, that's how the plague started, right? Some of these field rodents carrying fleas jumped onto cargo that was going to Genoa. As it landed in Genoa, Italy, it began to spread the Black Death, okay? So, right, some type of insect, right? You bit you. Or maybe you were, right, looking for wildcrafting and you decided to go into the mountains, a relatively isolated area, right, an area that very often you have to pay respect to the earth god whenever you climb a mountain, right? Besides this treachery in terms of how steep it might be. But the mountains is said where we really need to pay attention to the deities of the earth gods, right? So as you're going to this mountain, the person climbing this mountain, right, there's something in the mountains that, right, basically you contract it, right? Maybe a nature spirit, maybe an elemental spirit, or some type of spirit, right? Because mountains was also commonly where we had cemeteries, right, that we would put. Right? You don't want cemeteries in the village. You very often go into the mountains because you want the mountains, like your ancestors, to protect you, right? So they bury a lot of their ancestors in the mountains, in these mountain fields, right? So that's the word gui, which means ghost. But you can see its relationship to worms, right? As relationship to insects, chong is also means insects. Now, some of you know, right, just as we talked about 9 heart pains, there are 9 types of worms, right? 2, 3, and 4, right? Just remember that way. That gives you 9. 2 types of worm is based on color. So they have the red worms and the white worms, right? Bai and Hong, a Che, right? So that's the color, right? It's red mainly because it's been gnawing away at your blood supply. That's why it's red color, right? It's white because it's gnawing away at your fluid supply. That's why it's white color, right? 3 is based on shape, right? So you have worms that are long, right? You have worms that are round, right? Ringworms, right? You have tapeworms that are long, and you have worms that like to curve, right? Basically coil up, pinworms, right? So you have these type of, the 3 types of shapes of the worms. And then you have the location, right? 4 places they like to hide in, and again, this differs. Not all of this is absolute, but this is the consensus that you see in most Chinese medical texts when they talk about the 9 worms, okay? They could be lodged, right, on the flesh, right? That means, right, it could be in your skin, right? You kind of like constantly itchiness on your skin, but it's deeper than the skin because you scratch until your skin, right, basically exfoliates, right, and you scar the skin. But even that, it's still scratchy. It seems to be deep in that skin, right? So it could be lodged in the skin, right, and the flesh, I should say. It could be lodged in the lungs. It could be lodged in the stomach, and it could be lodged in the diaphragm. Okay? So these are the 4 common places that they describe where these worms get lodged in. Okay? And of course, in Chinese, these worms cause confusion, right? Cause, right, learning disabilities. And so they cause a number of things that we associate with our mental faculties, right? So they're these ideas of the 9 worms. Now, of course, we could say, well, you know, 9 worms, but originated from the idea of the 3, right? The word chong. And 3 means, how do I contract these worms? Well, one way of contracting is from food, right? I ate something bad. Usually it's something raw. Right, you know, you were walking along the fields, right, agricultural fields, right, and you know, oh, those some fresh lettuce. Let me have some of that, right, and just tear that off, and you didn't realize that, you know, a few days ago, right, a cow had just been grazing through that area and pee and defecated on that area, right, and so you have these fecal matter, right, that is transform into the soil, right, and then the soil with the water, with the urine, comes up into the leaf of that lettuce, and you're chewing on it, right? Fresh lettuce, right? What's so bad about that, right? And there you have some type of E. coli food poisoning, as we saw. I think what was one of the fast food places, right, had to recall of all their lettuce or something like that. So, but that's why Chinese never eat salads, right? Because they were always cautious that even though it's from the farm, you don't know what fecal matter could seep into the soil. Besides nowadays insecticides and what have you. So, one is food, right? Second thing, right, that you can contract, right, these worms, right, was going into some type of foreign land, right? Foreign exposure, right? Because all of us acclimate to not only the weather, to the food, right, but to the culture that we have in our village, right? So you are now, you know, an aspiring scholar, and you want to go to the capital, right, of your principality to take the civil service exam. And as you travel, right, you might go into different lodgings and inns and have bad food, or sometimes you just get exposed to something that's in that air, right, that you're not normally exposed to in your village, right? So you are exposed to something. It's like, you go into a lot of old buildings, right? Remember buildings that are even, I think in Santa Fe maybe, right? Buildings constructed in the 1920s and 30s that have not been torn down, that may have been restored. A lot of those have asbestos in it, right? And so you're going to have, and there you are, they just happen to be doing some renovations during the time that you're living there, right? And that asbestos gets into the air and you breathe it in, right? So you might have some type of foreign exposure. And that leads to some type of contamination, right, taking place. So, and then the last thing is, along the way, there's like, you have these ladies with their scarves waving you in, as you see. And it happens to be a brothel, happy ending places. And you decide to have a happy beginning because you haven't ended your trip yet. And you got transmitted some type of sexually transmitted diseases, right? So those were the 3 causes of these worms, right? So we call it, contamination by food, contamination by travel, and contamination sexually. And those are also referred to the 3 types of ghosts. Hungry ghosts, right, is the food. Wandering ghosts is the foreign, right, traveling, and the lustful ghost is the sexual. So that's how you have these crossovers in Chinese cultural understanding. And then, of course, in medicine, we sometimes just focus more on not the ghosts, but on the goo, right, the parasites, okay? And, of course, the other idea of how you get these hauntings or these transmissions is by you go and visit a corpse, right? A she, right? A corpse, right? So this corpse of someone that you went to, visit with Zhuangzi, his wife has died, and you want to pay your respects to the corpse, and the corpse had been sitting for people to visit. Right, before burial for a couple of weeks, right, with a lot of the incense burning so that you don't smell the rotting of the flesh and what have you. But nevertheless, when things rot, right, they can become airborne, right, and that corpse can then cause an infestation, right? We call that a miasm in Chinese, right? That's called a miasm. Right, that means, somehow, right, here's the disease radical, and the word jiang, right, is the word for miasm. Right? The disease radical with the word for camphor, because most coffins were made with camphor, right? Because camphor, remember, right, is a deterrent to, right, rotting, right, is a deterrent to insects, right? That's why you see it in mothballs, right? That's camphor. Right, and camphor causes a ketone, right, in terms of, right, chemical composition. Right? So remember, things that have camphorous smell usually has traces of those are found in balsamic smelling, right, oils. Right? That's why they're going to be good, right, insecticides, right, parasitic, right, helping to get rid of these insects. Okay? And then, of course, Sun Samao says, well, I know that a lot of people do not want to believe in ghosts because they can't see it. They don't have what they call the yin-yang eyes. That's the Chinese term that if you have yin-yang eyes, you can see this dimension, the yang dimension, but you also can see the yin dimension. And that's the ghostly dimension. So some people have the gift of yin-yang eyes, and they can see the other dimension as well as this dimension. Right? So he says if you don't have those eyes, that's fine. You don't believe in those things, then just refer to it as phlegm, tan, right? Phlegm, right? So you have that connotation, right? And so you have all of these components, and these phlegm, as we know, can harass the heart. Right? That's a pattern developed by the school of attacking and purging. And in harassing the heart, it can cause you to have mental illness, right? You can have a lot of emotional issues, right? Phlegm can also miss the mind, causing you to have more mental issues. So definitely, when someone has mental issues, one of the concerns is that the etiology of it is due to one of these factors, right? Those of us who have Lyme disease know it influences our cognitive ability. Right, we sometimes have short memories, right? Think of again, right, if you think of these as pestilence, COVID, right? Long COVID has caused some people to feel that they have, glitches in their memory, their concentration, their focus is weak. They have what they call brain fog, right? So definitely we see that as potentially coming from an insect. So you want to use oils in the blend for mental illness, potentially to address that type of concern, right? And when you have worms or parasites and things of that, generally speaking, it means that the kidney's yang, right, is weak, right? Kidney's yang, right, has been contaminated by maybe sex, by contaminated by the taxation on the digestive system, or contaminated by something that you breathed in from a foreign place, right? The three burners: lung, stomach, and kidneys, right? In other words, kidney yang is also saying sanjiao, right? The triple heater mechanism, okay? So again, we talked about, right, things that might help us to access the triple heater, things like shangfu, cyperus, right? Things like gardenia, right, would be one that we also talked about. That could be part of that. So that's just helping to strengthen the yang so that we can expel, right, the gu, the gui, the chong, whatever, right? Words that you want, the tan, the phlegm, okay? So one way of doing that is using oils by chemical composition that has camphor in it, right? And remember, ketones are mucolytic. They break up phlegm and mucus. So that's one way that you might want to select from that, right? But again, if it's airborne, you want to fumigate, right? You want to burn this, right? You don't want to diffuse this, right? Rather than anoint the body with this, right? So diffusing so the patient can smell it, and it goes directly into the blood-brain barrier, right? And again, we know that 1,8-cinnamol goes directly, right, and enhances, right, even medication into the blood-brain barrier, right? So if you want to get something into the brain faster, just diffuse eucalyptus, right? And eucalyptus is also a insecticide, right? So if you have a situation where you have a lot of insects and you want to protect yourself from the insects, something that is a deterrent that insects don't like to smell is eucalyptus, right? So, right, anshu, right, is the Chinese term for eucalyptus. So that could be one dynamic you can use. Already we're very often familiar that insects don't like some type of citrus smelling, right, the popular citronella, right? But again, it could be mandarin orange. Doesn't even have to be citronella, right? Mandarin orange is a good insecticide. Lemon is a good insecticide. And the most important one, I would say, right, that supports kidney yang and brings that yang, right, which is cinnamon, is actually the most powerful insecticide among essential oils. Okay, that's a base note, right? Right, or maybe a middle note if you select cinnamon leaf, and that stimulates kidney yang. But you want to bring that yang, you want to warm that yang to the exterior, and that's ding shang. Clove is a very powerful insecticide, right? Anti-parasitic, and that's a top note oil, right? So we have a middle note, or cinnamon bark, which would be a base note, or a clove, which is a top note, right? And it has phenols in it, right? It boosts up the immune system, right? It has eugenol, right? Which is a phenol, and phenols are immunostimulants, okay? So it boosts up your immune system. The smell of it is a deterrent for insects, right? And so it's going to be useful, right, for someone who might have an infestation, be it of phlegm, of worms, of corpse, or parasites, right? So that's the third factor in dealing with someone that has mental illness. That mental illness, right, affects one's, right, one's sense of themselves. Okay, some of you may know In terms of 8 extra channels, the classical channel that dealt with worms, parasites, was yin chao mai. Okay, right? Something that is, remember, yin chao mai is kidney 6, right? And yin chao mai was said to be the low of ren mai, right? The low of yin, right? That's, so that means something that's going to affect your yin, which is the first thing you want to build back, because hormonal changes will cause mental changes, but the hormones is what the parasites are eating up, right? They're taking away your reserves, they're taking away the essence of your being, okay? So this is, and again, sometimes these pestilence, some people might argue, right? Again, I'm not here pro or against, based on vaccination, because vaccination is introducing an inert pestilence into the body, right? So it's like a worm, right? That you're introducing into the body, just that it's somewhat either inert or there's fragments of it, right, that's being introduced to the body, okay? So now the last consideration, so again, it's a 4-part strategy: nourish the yin, support the spleen, look at the mental faculty that's affected, right, and then target that to different parts of the plant or different flavors of the plant that I outlined. Then you need to support the yang, but supporting the yang is in relationship that very often mental illness can be caused by insect infestation, right? Easiest one, Lyme's disease, right? Bitten by a tick, you have brain fog, okay? More commonly in the old days, right, mosquito bites, right, malaria, right, that cause you to have delirium, right, right, N-U-E is the Chinese term for malaria, right? The last consideration we have is the idea that when someone has mental, right, it's the other extreme, right? Very often with the idea of Chong, right? Worms and all these other things we talked about, that there is a greater preponderance of dampness, right? That's why most of our mental faculties are down, right? Have, memory glitches, or cognitive disability. I don't really have much confidence in myself. But then we also have the other extreme, that mental illness, right, instead of being damp, is related to heat, right? That means we have, again, heightened sensory, right, perception, right? My eyes are seeing a lot of things, right? Heightened, right, overconfidence, right? I think I could fly. But you don't think I can fly? I think I could jump off 2 stories, right, from a building, right? That's not hard to do, right? So overconfidence, right? Rationalization, right? Overstructure. All of a sudden we go into your house, everything's so neat, and you are putting your cup down. They come by and says, move it a little bit back to where they want it, right? Right. So a lot of overstructure. So that's usually due to more of a yang, and that's heightened. So you need to relax, or you need to anchor the yang, as we would say, right? They would use the term settle the yang. So whereas before you were warming the interior, warming the yang, right? Now you need to settle the yang, right? You need to help bring that energy, all that energy, right, that's traveling into the head, right? So again, right, this is the Chinese, right, radical for the head, right, for the word tou, which is the head, the radical for the head, okay? And then you have the Chinese character for silk, or the radical for silk, si, right? Right, because the head is like a mesh, right? It's all these, right? I mean, even though people say they didn't do dissection, every culture did dissection, right? And they were able to see what's inside that head of yours, right? And they see all this weaving, this meshing, right? All these, right, circuitries, right? And that's the word si. And then we have the word, right, qi, right? Qi means, right, lucky. It can mean luck. It can mean fortune, right? So again, all this yang, right, that you think, right, that gives you overconfidence, right? Some of us have very good memory. Right? Autistic children very often sometimes have very good memory, recall. Right? They could recite something really, really good, right? Because they have all this energy moving to the head, right, that we see. Right? And so we have this herb, right, that's called, this is what the word's called, Shi, and Shi Tao is valerian. So valerian helps to settle all this excessive yang that's rising to the head. That would be someone who, in terms of behavior, would be manic, right? Someone who is a germaphobe, right? So you constantly have the fear, but it's because your thoughts is that there's so much filthiness around you, so you're always washing your hands, always, right? So you are in this hyper-vigilant state, right? And that's going to be where we might need to settle the yang, okay? So in settling the yang, we use things like valerian, right? We use things like sour jujube, because you want this stringentness, right? Shenjiaoran, right? Sour jujube, right? To help to contain, right? So it does not aggravate the heart, it does not aggravate the blood, right? Shenjiaoran. It could be a possibility among things that have an anchoring effect. And of course, something like duzhong, right, settles the yang, right? Right, that's why it brings down hypertension, right, useful for high blood pressure, right? So it has a settling effect, right? So again, we have 3 strategies, just that the last 2 is either or. You either warm the yang or you settle the yang. In some cases, you might have someone who's bipolar, and it fluctuates from all these, right? One day I'm brain fog, another day I'm over-exhilarant, right? And that's like the idea that this, right, which we say was associated with yin chao mai, right? The worms, this is yang chao mai, right? In terms of 8 extra channels, right? So this is where the person, again, have all this, right, energy. They can't go to sleep, right? They're hyper vigilant. They're always doing something, right? They're always involved. All that yang taking place. So then you need to anchor it. So these are some of the examples of herbs that we can use to help deal with the parasitic infestation and to deal with where you might have, right, oxidative stress, right? You have some type of inflammation in your body. Right, you have, a lot of protein, right, in your blood, right, maybe C-reactive protein, right, so not only a measure of the heart, right, but potentially inflammation, right, that you have. The set rate is elevated, so there's a lot of inflammatory component that we see, and that can cause mental, right, issues as well, okay? So in working with mental illness, right, you are, right, so again, to summarize, right, that what you want to do is first, right, understand that with the aspect of the spleen, right, which governs our mind, right, or one aspect of our mind, right, we want to look at the spleen as being the foundation of mental, right, faculties. But that mental faculty, because spleen, right, also, right, relationship to the stomach, right, and in particular the yin of the stomach we're interested in, and that yin is supported by the kidneys yin. So the first thing you want to do is balance the hormones, right? Remember, there is such a thing as psychoendocrinology, and as we know, psychoimmunoendocrinology, right? So the psychology is affected highly by the hormones, so you want to balance the hormones. And there's, again, the number of oils that has that quality to it, okay? And then you want to strengthen the spleen, right, in terms of the issue of the mental faculty that you're working with, okay? So again, right, if I'm working with wood, right, if I'm having sensory perception issues, I'm going to select a wood oil like sandalwood or cedar wood, right? That's easy one way to remember that, okay? And then, right, you look at how that mental faculty is either hypoactive or hyperactive, right? If it's hypoactive, right, that means already the spleen is weak, right? And the spleen is weak, that means you have most likely a very dampness terrain, which allows for either intrinsically parasites to grow, dysbiosis, or maybe it's induced by a parasitic infestation, okay? The other hand, it could be hyperactivity due to stomach fire, right? And that stomach fire, right, or heat, right, causes now the person to have this over sensory perception, imagination, memory, etc. And that context, and you need to anchor and settle the yang. And that's where we are using, again, our valerian, right? We're using things like Shenzhou Ren, right, as possibilities of that. Things that has an anchoring effect, right? Things like Duzhong, which has an anchoring effect of the yang, okay? So that's how we would treat mental illnesses, right? And already we talked about how you treat emotional problems, right? You change the social construct and you decide to take responsibility for those changes, right? You look at how the emotions themselves have a somatic accompaniment. So it means you're applying it potentially also in the areas that you know, right? Energy rises, anger, so massage the head, right? Heart, it diffuses, maybe massage all of the appendages or the hinges, right? The shoulder girdle, the hip girdle or the hip socket area, the appendages, as things scatter out, so that you create a blend that addresses those treatment strategies, okay? So to finish up, let's look at the questions that we have here. It says, when you talk about Lingzhi for awakening your soul versus the 5 Shen decoction for awakening the spirit, what is the difference between the soul and the spirit? Okay, so remember, right, we mentioned that conception, right, is the union of Jing combined with Shen, right? So there's something that's material, matter, and something that's immaterial, right, that is going to create who you are. All right, this is provided by parents, and this is provided by the cosmos, by heaven, by Tian, right? Right, so you have, right, your parents, your Qin, right, that's going to, right, see, am I writing this right? No, actually I wrote this wrong, okay? Right, right, so you have this, right, your parents plus you have Tian, right, coming together, and they create the soul, the Ling, and the marrow, the Shui. The Ling would be the Shen aspect of that combination. The Shui would be the Jing aspect of that combination. So the word Ling is the embodiment of the spirit, right? Spirit, right, does not have a body. The Ling has a body. It's attached to the body. That's why the Ling resides in your body. Right, it resides in your lungs, the Po, it resides in your liver, the Hun, it resides in the heart, the little Shen, right? This is the big Shen, right? Keep that in mind, right? Not the little Shen, okay? So the Ling is embodied, the spirit is not, right? So that would be the difference. So when you are working with Lingzhi, right, reishi mushrooms, right, Lingzhi, right, which simply means, right, of the soul, right? Lingzhi means of the, right? And Cao means here's an herb of the soul, right? Lingzhi Cao, right? Lingzhi, right? Cao, right? So that's Lingzhi Cao, which, you know, in the West you call it, right, because they're pronouncing it based on the Japanese pronunciation, right? They call it Rishi. Right? Just like remember, Ling Qi is called Reiki, right? That's REI. Some of you pronounce it Reiki, Reiki, right? Rishi. You could call it reishi, right? So, but that's just the Japanese pronunciation when you say reishi mushrooms, okay? So, reishi mushrooms was the first herb that's itemized in the Shennon Bancao under the plant category. The first category is stones, second category is plants, third category is trees, fourth category is going to be the fruits, right? Then comes the cereals, and then comes animal products, right? 6 categories in Shennon Bancao. So they begin with reishi because they believe that if you know this particular, right, mushroom, then it's going to help you to understand, right, how to navigate in your life, right? Because that's why you have a life, right? The combination of that helps you to navigate that. And then the way they describe it is you go into the forest and you look for a different color, right? If there's a lot of moss going on top of the mushroom, that's green reishi, right? And then you have, right, depending on what dead tree is going on, you might have red reishi. You might have yellow reishi and white reishi, and you also have very dark reishi. Right? So they have the idea of the 5 temperaments. More importantly, right, as you know, my reishi, right, if this is the trunk of the tree, right, sometimes you find that the reishi is coming straight out of the trunk of the tree, so you have to kind of like go, if you collect it with permission from, right, the reishi, you take it off the tree. So it's coming horizontally out of the tree. Very different than, let's say, here's a log, right? And you have a reishi that has a stem, and then it comes out, right? So you see one is vertical, and one's horizontal, right? Horizontal, right, helps you to navigate, remember, through time. Vertical helps you to navigate through evolution. Right? That's the difference, right? I mean, you might say, well, what's the difference, right? Evolution is how I am able to connect between heaven and earth. So it's more about transcending time. This helps me to, like, deal with time. So it's more important that you look for the rishis and how their growing pattern is, okay? So that's going to be another important part of that. So Sun Samao comes along and said, well, you know, understanding the soul is one thing, but I really want to understand my curriculum. So I want to understand the Shen, right? I want to understand my curriculum. And that means I want an herb that's going to help me to awaken the Shen. And those are the humanity roots, okay? Remember, we have more than those 5, but those were the original 5. Now, today we have Dongshen, you know, Cardinopsis, that we can have added on. We have the Prince humanity, the Taijishen. So there's more than one, right, that we have. And even Glatnia, there's Nan and Bei, right? Southern Glatnia, right? Northern Glatnia, which is Pseudostellaria, and Glatnia. So that's how you make that differentiation. So reishi mushroom helps me to understand my path. The humanity roots help me to understand my curriculum within this path. That's the difference of that, okay? Okay, so these other questions we have here. It says, how much impact do you think someone could have on helping a person's soul who has passed with the essential oil blend diffusing or incense burning and helping the soul to release its trauma or injuries due to life experiences so that the soul is less weighted down or forced to repeat patterns that cause suffering in the next incarnation? Meaning, can someone actually help with a cleansing or lightening up, so to speak, for someone else? Well, I think, first of all, it has a lot to do with the individual that's doing the service, right? Because your cultivation is part of the ritual. Because remember, it's really more of not just, you know, me fumigating the room. You're doing a funeral ritual. Ritual means that the room becomes sanctified. The object you use becomes sanctified. The blend you use becomes sanctified. So there is a certain psychological right, place that the person doing the ceremony is in. And I think that's what causes, or that is what emanates, right, the light into the ritual that helps set the soul free, right? Because remember, they're attracted to something that's liberating, and that's light. So you, as a clinician, can be the light that they are going to be using, like a lantern, to help them do the use of the fumigation process, help set them free. So again, the answer is relative to the practitioner. That's why in the old days, right, the assumption is that you are letting someone who you believe has been cultivating. That's why it's often given to religious priests to do that, right? But I think some of us as practitioners of Chinese medicine also have been cultivating about the human condition, and we have come to not be afraid of death and dying, and that we celebrate that death just like we celebrate life or a newborn, to be a transitional, right, state to help someone move through. So I believe if you cultivate that mindset and you perform that with genuine belief in that mindset, you can help the deceased very, very well. Right? If it's just a formality, yeah, let's just burn sage. I heard that that's good for cleansing the house. But you see, your heart really isn't in it. It's just information. Then it's going to have a very different feeling to it than someone who really does have faith because of their mental faculties. So if you lose faith, you know how to treat that already, right? Of helping them to gain the confidence to do these type of rituals. So really, again, depends on the practitioner, right, that's doing this particular service. That's why a lot of times it's really not the oil, it's the practitioner. It's not the points or the needle, it's the practitioner, right, that really does all that. Because the practitioner transmits the healing into the agent that you believe is doing the healing, okay? Is there a book you recommend regarding essential oils in classical Chinese medicine? Well, Evelyn has written a book on the oils relating to Chinese herbs that's used in Chinese medicine. So if you're interested in the specifics of that, that's a book that you can get. What is the name of the book? Okay, maybe you bring a copy and I'll put it up here. Okay. So that's the next question here is, what essential oils would one use for the soul making its transition into the higher realms, death of the body, and the sense of loss and grief of those who remain? I believe I did that in our first session together. Right? Those would be the oils that we talked about, right, relating with the Po. So here's the copy of the book. Okay. Would it be best as diffusion or acupuncture application? It could be both, right? You could take remember, as I said, in Chinese culture, they generally do not anoint the body. So if you're anointing the body, if you're doing acupuncture point applications, namely the point of bladder 60, the point of do 1, do 6, and do 20 that we talked about yesterday in terms of where the Hun and the Po and the Shen leaves the body, you can anoint those points on the deceased body with a blend that we've talked about already. And you can also fumigate. Chinese believe more in incense, right, therapy. They light incense constantly, nonstop, right, during those 49 days, or in some cases it was short, during those few days of the wake of giving people the chance to pay respect to the deceased. So again, we covered those essential oils in the first part of our class yesterday, okay? Is there a resource that gives directions or guidelines to harvest forsythia in the springtime and how to put into a carrier oil? Right? Again, this is not really a class on how to harvest, right, different type of plants. It's more like if you want to, if you're taking a plant and you're putting it into a carrier oil, that's not an essential oil, remember, right? That just means an herb-infused oil, right? All you're doing is selecting a plant, putting it in the carrier oil, and putting it maybe out in the sun, right, to allow the sun's warmth to warm that particular plant that is now decaying, that's dying, but being preserved by the oil, and then the oil absorbs, right, the fat-soluble aspect of that plant, right, which is not the same as essential oils. Okay, so if you're interested in harvesting and guidelines for that, you might want to look at the some of the translations of the Materia Medica, right, from the of the Tang Dynasty. That's when they give you harvesting recommendations and when to harvest, what time of the day to harvest, and things of that sort. Okay, all right. So that concludes all the questions for today. So again, I want to thank Dr. Hebe, right, for organizing this class, the Taoist Healing Arts. I want to thank Joe for his gracious time and his bearing, his luggage went through a whole ordeal. It just got here very early in the morning of yesterday, so there was a certain amount of anxiety that was felt, but everything went smoothly, I hope. So again, most importantly, I want to thank all of you, right, for our time together, and I wish every one of you a continued happy summer, right? So be well and be safe and always be happy, okay? Thank you.